Hey, good evening everybody, how are we doing? So by popular request, we are doing a special episode tonight of the Jenn Soto Interrogation. That's right. You know what? I haven't even seen this thing yet. I've been so wound up with Sarah Boone, Adelson this, Wendy this, Donna Adelson. I've been so busy, been so busy that I have not even pre-watched this. This is my very first watch, which means that is a first for the True Crime Metrix channel. We have never done a blind watch before, folks, okay? Usually we like to get acquainted, become an expert in the video that we're sharing, and then share with you some of our ideas. But not today, baby. Today, we're watching blind. We're working without a net. I do hope that our good friend Spacey Dove is joining us, as she was the one that led the charge towards this glorious moment where we are playing Jennifer Soto's Interrogation. I know that she's an early bird. Spacey, if you're out there, we hope you can brave the midnight hour and stay with us until the end. If not, enjoy the replay. This is for you. Okay, so welcome everybody in the chat. There you are. Spacey Dove, the wonderful Spacey Dove. How you doing? And welcome everybody else in the chat. Queen Olive, Carrie Brooke, and Udi, the man with the wrench, the man with the plan, and Marion Emmanuel, excuse me. Okay, so just jump right in. Just jump right in. Let's jump right in. Where's our play button? Be sure to hit that like button on your way in, guys. Let's build up those likes on the way in. Why not? Eh? Let's see what happens. Okay, kick it.
With all kinds of people stuff.
Just a moment, guys. I have not seen the interrogation before, and I virtually know nothing about the case, okay? This is the blindest watch in blind watch history going on here. I've heard a couple of bits and pieces through other people, not much, so, that's where we are here, just so you know. Okay, straight away, loving the wall art in the interrogation room. If your interrogation room has a sofa with cushions and a little pot plant on a side table, a couple of colourful pieces of hanging art on the wall, that's a benefit. I would latch onto that like my life depended on it. What are these pictures here? Looks like we've got some sort of Caribbean dock. Very nice. White sand, blue water. And then over here, I don't know what that is. Some sort of autumnal scene. Maybe a field at dusk. Beautiful. Hey, seriously, coffee table, couple of lounge chairs, No word of a lie, I have lived in apartments that are far less comfortable than this interrogation room. Hey, maybe if someone in the chat can give me a hands up that all the audio is okay. We got video playing, we got microphone playing. Are we all good? I went for the long version of the video, so maybe there's a few segments of her sitting in the room, but I kind of like those segments, you know. They build tension. Here we go.
My name's Kevin. I work for the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I'm Lead Mac, Detective Smallwood from the city. The goal, obviously, Kissimmee Police Department's doing most of this investigation. We're at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Our people, we have resources out there, obviously doing active. So it's kind of a joint effort. So Detective Smallwood is kind of, we're going to go read through the timeline of everything else. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're going to go from there. All right.
You want me to go through the whole timeline?
Yeah, we'll start with Sunday. Take me through Sunday.
Okay. Sunday. Do you guys have tissue?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, grab some.
Yep. Wall art's not enough. Sofa's not enough. Cushions, not enough. Need a box of tissues in here as well. I'm a victim. I am a victim who needs tissues.
So actual tissues?
That'll work.
I can give you this whole roll.
Yeah, I love that he comes in with some kitchen paper. Some rough-ass kitchen paper. Hey, buddy, get some fucking aloe vera Kleenex in here right now.
So Sunday, birthday party. She spent the whole day at my mom's house. We celebrated with the whole family. I was at work. I just started a new job last week or the week before.
Okay. Where's that at?
Walt Disney World at Coronado Springs, front desk concierge.
Okay.
I was finishing up my last day of, no, it wasn't even my last day of training. I was still in the middle of training. Sunday in the middle of training, I couldn't miss to go to her birthday party, so I went to work. I was with my family all day. She had the best day. She was so happy when I got home and I saw her. At my house around 8:30 that night. I wasn't home. She got dropped off alone. About 10 to 15 minutes later, Stephan showed up.
At your house in Kissimmee?
At my house in Kissimmee, he called me. Or he texted me, I don't remember. But he let me know he was there. And that she was,
I'm not too sure what to make of her posture right now. It's, well, let's see where it goes.
She was getting ready for bed. She was doing her routine. So she took her nighttime meds, and she got in the shower to get ready for bed.
What meds? What does she take?
She takes hydroxyzine.
Okay.
Hydroxyzine? What the hell is that? I have trust issues with any medication that has the letter X.
It's for anxiety and for sleep.
Okay.
Now, could she take that by herself, or would he have given that to her?
I think she took it by herself. She got home and she had already taken it.
How do you know that?
That's what he told me.
That's what he told you. Okay.
He was there when you got home? You got home, they were already at the apartment? Okay.
I don't like her taking her meds without somebody visually watching her, because I don't want her to accidentally grab the wrong pill. She's comfortable enough to grab the pill by, but I'm like, no, I need to watch you take them.
Has there ever been an issue with that in the past, where she took too many or took the wrong thing? Or just like a thought in your mind?
No, just a thought in my mind, just me being hypervigilant. I want to physically watch her take her meds and watch her grab two, take them. I don't ever want there to be an accident of she took too many, or my biggest fear is that she would take Adderall by accident, her daytime meds.
Got it.
I got home around 10:30. I started getting ready for bed myself. I started eating and taking my meds because I have to take meds. When I went to take my meds, I realized, oh my God, I forgot to take my Saturday night's meds, which is why I felt so weird and so abnormal and not myself Sunday while I was at work. Everyone at work noticed I was acting different and not being myself. Like, I couldn't smile in front of the guests. I felt this wave of depression that I haven't felt in years. It was my bipolar symptoms coming up again that I've been medicating myself for all this time. I realized I forgot to take my meds, and I said, you guys, I need a good night's sleep. I need to take my meds. I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom so that I could get a good night's sleep. Suggested that we all sleep together in the same bed together.
Yeah. Spacey Dove, this is what I've been thinking for a few minutes now. The amount of time that meds have been mentioned. I mean, okay, medication. Some people need to take medication. That's the thing, right? But, you know what's the best medication? Good food, good love, good sleep, active day. If you do all of those things, you should be all right.
But not the easiest person to sleep with. She rolls around, she punches, she kicks. We have a king size bed, and she typically sleeps on one side, and she'll end up on my side when we wake up.
Okay.
So I asked her, I'm like, no, please, I need a good night's sleep. If you guys can go upstairs and let me sleep. I had asked Stephan to take her to school in the morning.
We'll go to Sunday. So Sunday you took your meds. What meds, if you don't mind me asking, what meds do you take? And how does it put you to sleep deep? Does it help you fall asleep, or does it help regulate you? What kind of happens when you take the meds?
So they do all of the above. They make me sleepy. They help me stay asleep, and they help me function. So I'm stable all day. They only work well if I've got a good night's.
Is that right? Is this? Are we witnessing you stable right now? Is that what we're seeing? I mean, that's probably got a lot to do with her posture that I mentioned a moment ago. I mean, a little too relaxed, right? Little too relaxed.
Sleep, and if I've eaten with them the night before when I take them, or the night I take them. The medication is called Geodon. Generic brand is called Ziprazidone. I took my meds, and then I told them to start getting ready for bed, to start heading upstairs and get ready, because it was already almost 11 o'clock. It's past her bedtime. She needs to go to sleep. So I sent them upstairs. I think he may have come down at one point to pee before bed, and then he went back upstairs. He uses my restroom because the roommates upstairs don't want to share a restroom with a male.
Okay.
Yeah, so he uses my restroom.
Yeah, I hear that. Don't share your restroom with a male. Piss all over the floor, toilet seat up. It's a nightmare.
You're fine. Sunday night he came downstairs, maybe overnight, to use the restroom.
Yeah, and then he went back upstairs and they went to sleep. Or what I think they went to sleep.
Okay.
I don't know. I went to sleep. I was woken up at some time. For the longest time I've been saying he woke me up at 8 o'clock in the morning because I assumed he was taking her to school and getting ready for school. But in reality, I don't know what time he woke me up. The sun was out a little bit, it was still a little dark, and I was very sleepy. When I got up, I was kind of drunk. But he came in to walk the dog, to put the leash on the dog and walk him.
Was the dog in the room with you?
Yes.
So did he wake you up on purpose, or was it just kind of like the causation of him opening the door and you realizing somebody was there?
Yeah, the causation of him putting the leash on the dog, because the way the dog reacted, he gets very nervous and will urinate if you put the leash on him too directly. You have to like be nice and talk to him. He's a very he's a nervous dog. Yeah. So
Yep. Medicate the dog. Has the dog taken his pill?
I got up to try to help him, and he said, no, go back to sleep. I'm fine, I got this. And I said, are you sure? He said, yeah. So I laid back down and went to sleep. I heard noise in the kitchen, but I'm not sure who it could have been.
You know, for the record, I do understand that people take medication and that sometimes that is warranted, okay? It's just... And the culture it is very medicated. And is that a good thing? Is that progress, or is that dependency?
Getting ready, but it could have been Stephan, it could have been any of my roommates. I fell asleep again, and I didn't wake up, I think, until 9 o'clock in the morning.
Did you ever leave the bedroom in that time frame?
No.
So he came in, you were kind of awoken up based on him interacting with the dog, but you stayed in bed, you didn't leave the bedroom. So if you woke up at like 9, so you never...
That morning.
Monday morning.
No.
So the last time you would have been Sunday evening?
Sunday.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
You're fine.
I want to see her. Yeah.
Take a minute, okay? While you take a minute, I was going to ask you earlier, has anybody reached out to you during the time that we've been investigating this, talk about Pat or anything else? Negative, positive, neutral?
My best friends have all been in contact with me, just trying to help me. There's like, setting up Facebook groups, flyers,
No negative interactions with the public or anything? Nobody's like reached out with tips or accusations or anything like that?
Not that I've seen. I've been avoiding social media because my family's telling me to not go on.
Would you be okay with our digital people looking at your phone to verify there's no stuff coming into socials, text, things like that?
That's fine.
Do you have the phone?
Yeah.
What they'll do is they'll plug it in, they'll do a forensic download of it so they have the data. That way they can go through it and say, we did receive things, we didn't receive things, here's the communications in and out, things like that.
That is the most intimate type of search anyone could do to you, right? I mean, that is more intimate than some kind of rectal examination, right? I mean, we're going to download your phone so that we have it all the mapping of your phone, everything on your phone. I mean, man, I think if I looked at my own phone and just saw the data on my phone as a, kind of a snapshot in its entirety, I would shock myself. Never mind the goddamn cops.
So we can verify that for you.
That's fine.
Do you have a password on it?
030288.
030288.
So 030288. We got an Aquarius in the house.
Is that a birthday?
My birthday.
It's your birthday?
Yeah.
My birthday's tomorrow. Right.
Today's the 1st. I didn't even know.
I know, Leslie, I was saying at the beginning of the video that I have lived in multiple apartments less comfortable than this interrogation room. I would move in here.
This is the worst birthday ever.
Yeah, people really like this this prescription from Dr. Metrix, don't they? Good food, good love, good sleep, active day. Yeah. Well, it's true. It's true. Everyone knows.
That way they can get that going so we can get it back to you before we're out of here. We don't keep it from you.
Okay.
So you said about 9 o'clock on Monday you wake up?
Yeah. I wake up. I have a doctor's appointment.
Yeah.
I leave sometime between 9:30 and 9:45.
Gotta get my my script. I gotta renew my script.
And I head over there. It's blood work appointment. The appointment's for 10:15, but they take a while to see me.
Where was your appointment at?
LabCorp. And
I know, Carrie Brooke, those are super hard paper towels. You can just tell, right, from the noise, and they kind of got a shine on them. They remind me of the kind of toilet paper that the Navy have on the boats, you know, so it doesn't get damp. It's like damp-resistant toilet paper. Could there be anything less desirable than that?
do you want me to tell you exactly which one?
Sure.
Oh wait, I have my phone.
When we get it back, we'll get back to it.
It's, if you need to Google it, it's the LabCorp across the street from the Loop in Kissimmee.
Okay, by the Loop, got it.
Had my appointment. I finished there sometime between 11:15. Then I headed home. When I got home, Stephan was there. I had talked to him a little bit earlier while I was waiting for my blood work appointment, and he let me know, oh, I'm so sorry, I left my phone at home by accident. School, everything went great. She got up super early, got up really quick. She slept most of the way in the car. I asked her multiple times if she wanted McDonald's, but she said no.
Victoria Girl says, Christ, if anyone downloaded my phone, I'd be in jail. Yeah, or read your comments in chat. Like, you know, surely some of those would raise the eyebrow of a prosecutor or two. I think we should start calling you just 20 to life.
Because that was the plan, was that they were going to stop at McDonald's that morning and go get breakfast.
Yeah, we got a McDonald's for breakfast, you know, because that's a good way to start the day.
He said that he had gone to the vape shop and they were closed and they didn't open. So he waited there for a while and left, and then said he was going to go back later.
I like that as well, Spacey Dove. Spacey Dove says, I love how there's always a detective just sitting there quietly observing the perp taking notes. Yeah, and the anticipation of when that guy's going to come in. Remember in Chandler Halderson? The guy said nothing the whole way through, virtually. And then he came out with, what was it? He just came out with, okay, we got about 20 pages of notes here. We're going to start on a blank, clean piece of paper for you to start telling the truth. We know your parents are no longer with us, and we know the reason why. You got to tell us what happened. It's just like I said, haven't seen this interrogation before, but that note-taking detective right there is coming in.
When I saw him at the house, everything was normal. We were chatting, we were talking. He was acting normal. He was sitting in my computer chair just messing around on his phone. while we were hanging out, he mentioned something along the lines of, "Oh man, I've been avoiding this phone update for a really long time. I should probably update it now." And I said, "Do it. Don't avoid it. Just get it over with." And he updates his phone and then tells me, "Oh my god, I don't know what button I just pressed, but I just factory reset my entire phone." And I said, "How the hell does that happen? That gives you options now when you reset your phone?" He goes, "Yeah, apparently I wasn't paying attention and I just pressed the button and it happened."
Yeah, well, that's bullshit. You know, the factory reset of the phone is behind like at least 3 or 4 layers of, "Are you sure? Do you want to do this?" You know, you don't do that by mistake.
And I said, "Oh, that's unfortunate. That sucks." Later on, he tells me he's going to go back out, and I think this is around 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Still on Monday?
Yes, still Monday. 12:30 in the afternoon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He tells me he's going to go back out. He's going to stop at a few gaming shops, and then he'll...
Recipes. It's not all recipes. Yeah, Victoria Girl's Googling how to prepare a traditional Béarnaise sauce inside a severed head.
meet me at the house at 2:30 so we together. He left. I hung out in the house for a while. Was waiting for 2:30 to roll around. 2:30 rolls around, and I'm already calling Stephan, and he's not picking up his phone. 2:30 comes. I leave. About 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from him going, "I just got back home. I left my phone home again. I'm so sorry. How long ago did you leave?" And I said, "About 10 minutes ago." He goes, "I'm so sorry. I missed it. I really wanted to go with you." And I'm just like, "It's fine." I figured he wasn't going to make it because when I looked at the time when he left and said he was going to visit 3 shops, I didn't think he had enough time to visit them. He told me while he was gone that he got a flat tire somewhere on 182. The wheel just shredded and fell apart. So he was changing the tire, and it took him a really long time to do it. He said he hurt his thumb while changing the tire, like the frame or something slipped and something pinched his finger, and he ended up having to yank it out. And he said he hurt his finger. I
want to touch on something real quick. When you were calling him, he eventually told you that he left his phone there. Did you hear the phone at the house?
No. If it was anywhere, it would have been upstairs and I wouldn't have heard it. It would have been in the guest bedroom.
Do you typically go upstairs?
Who, me?
Yes.
Only if I'm doing laundry.
That was all.
Yeah, right, Victoria Girl. Do you think the cops are buying that? Oh, you accidentally wiped your phone, did you? Just on accident. You accidentally deleted all of your Ring doorbell footage and your Google history. That's gone.
I was just curious if you had heard the phone when you were trying to call him that day.
I didn't. So he tells me all that. I get off the phone with him. I'm waiting. I wait for about an hour and 10 minutes. 4:04, the bell rings, and I'm waiting. I'm the first in line. And she doesn't come out.
You were in your car?
I was in my car, in the car line, yeah.
Okay.
Rock on, Carrie Brooke with the first... Oh, Victoria Girl as well. Severed head sauce. Thank you so much, guys, for the contributions to our goal. We are looking to see what the demand is out there for some depth herd coverage this weekend, guys. 2 days, Saturday, Sunday. Let's go to Johnny. Let's go to Amber. Let's see what they say. I've been waiting to do that for the longest time. And just on a side note here, guys, I haven't had internet for a couple of days, so I've been, watching stuff that doesn't require me to have internet, and I've been watching some Stephen Avery material, which is something that I have avoided talking about because I know that it's somewhat, surprisingly, divisive. And I don't know if I'm at the point where I want to alienate half of an audience. We're still a small channel. It's been a year, but we're still climbing that ladder. I'd like to talk about it. I'd like to talk about it with as much neutrality as possible. And I think it's going to be challenging. But there's just a boatload of content to get through. Talking about making a murderer, talking about what happened there. But that's a topic of conversation for another day. We have a goal on the chat comments there, at the top of the chat. If you would like to see some Depp Heard coverage this weekend, we're talking Johnny, we're talking Amber, we're talking Mr. Rottenborn, we're talking Camille Vasquez. We got a bunch of stuff to get through. I also want to do Amber's interview with Savannah. I forget her name. Post-trial interview that she did on whatever network it was. That was very good, that we can pick apart. There's a bunch of stuff to get through. Head us up with the goal at the top of the chat, guys.
At this point, it's been a few minutes. She should have been out by now because she's usually one of the first kids out. She knows I'm in the front line, and I'm holding up the line behind me because there's kids getting in the cars behind and they're all waiting. They can't get around me, right?
Thank you so much, Riding Shotgun, for passing along a donation from Neverly. Is she still out of action? Oh, Neverly, darling, we hope you get well soon. We need you here. We miss you.
So I start calling her, forgetting that I have her phone on me. I had found her phone earlier that morning. She had left it at home. And I brought it with me because she does this often. She does leave her phone.
Where was the phone at in the house?
It was on top of the dresser in her bedroom.
Downstairs or I never been in your house.
Downstairs.
Okay.
So, just so you know, I have a 4-bedroom townhouse.
Okay.
The living room has a partition in it, a fake wall kind of thing. That's got her bedroom in it. That's got a bed, a dresser, and a desk on it. Does she sleep there? No. She'll hang out there. She'll use her computer and hang out there. That's her hangout spot. But she primarily sleeps with me every night in my bed. That's because I know the roommates wake up super early in the morning. They're going to be in the kitchen. They're going to wake her up if she's sleeping out in the living room. So I don't.
So your bedroom downstairs, her makeshift bedroom downstairs, guest bedroom upstairs.
Yes.
Got it.
Her phone was on her dresser. When I found it, I was like, oh my god, she's got her phone again. That's great. I brought it with me to the school because I was just gonna yell at her and then just hand it to her so she could have something to do on our way home. 4:10 rolls around and she's still not out, or 4:09, and then at this point I'm feeling the pressure from the cars behind me. I'm like, okay, they're all full, they're all waiting for me to leave and she's not here yet. So
this is, like I said at the beginning, this is our very first blind watch on True Crime Metrix. I know nothing about this case, and I think this is a mistake. I don't think we'll do this again. I really want to know the context of what's happened and why is she in here. That's such a useful thing for a commentator like myself to have. I really don't have a good idea what is going on. So, hopefully we pick it up soon enough. If anyone wants to let me know in the comments, that would be greatly appreciated. Just a rough outline, a sentence, 2 sentences. You can do it.
I take off, and I'm thinking, maybe I missed her. Maybe I forgot to tell her I was picking her up from school today because I don't know if she knew that I wasn't working. I don't know if she knew if I was off. So I asked. I don't know if I told her that I was going to get her. So I left, thinking maybe she walked. That's that's pretty close to school. If I can't pick her up at school, that's where I tell her to
Jane's world looks like she's had some PTSD. Says, not sure I can go down that Amber Johnny trial one more time, but I hope you all enjoy yourselves. We will. And come on, Jane, you've never heard Metrix viewpoints on Amber Heard because they've never happened. We've kept those all private, right? But we're about to let loose on some bitch-ass content. We insist that you join us, Jane's World. Come on. Get back here.
I drove the path she would have walked. I didn't see her. I got to the office. And she goes, no, it's a little too early. And I said, okay. Let me go drive back down and wait along the path she would walk and just wait. And I parked and I waited. I waited. I'm not sure how long I waited. Maybe somewhere between 5 to 10 minutes. She still wasn't there, and I looked at the time and I'm like, okay, she should be back at my mom's office by now. Maybe she took a different path and I didn't see. So I went, no, she's still not here. And I'm like, that's really strange. So I call. I don't know if I text or I call. I think I text her. And I asked, hey, or I called her. I asked, and she said, no, she didn't make it to first or second period. And I said,
okay, Christina's given us a little context here. At this point, Metrix, the police have found 30,000 photos in her boyfriend's phone of him S.A.ing Maddie. Well, yeah, okay. That's some context right there.
what do you mean? She was dropped off close to the school. She should have been in school. She goes, no, she didn't make it to first, second period. I said, please check with the rest of your friends, see if she made it to any of her other periods.
Reminds me of a case that we will bring to you guys from the UK, actually. Equally horrific. I forget the name offhand, but there's a bunch of stuff. There's a body in the attic. There's big German shepherd dogs sniffing around trying to find it. They don't for days. There's this guy that's trying to get the body out while at the same time doing news interviews. You know, the press come round. He's there. He's talking to the media. He's leading the charge for the search and everything like that. It's horrific. That's another thing that I'd quite like to do on this channel. You know, there's it's not just in the States that crimes happen. You know, we've got a bunch in the UK. It's kind of less content available because there's no cameras allowed in the courtrooms in the UK, much like in Canada for the most part. But yeah, there's still a bunch for us to get through that may not be so well known to all you guys over in Yankee Town.
At some point in this, I emailed one of her teachers asking. I actually emailed a few of her teachers, and two of them responded. One of them said, "No."
Yes, Carrie Brooke, we are not done with Ali Abulaban, not by a long shot. We're coming back. We're going to finish up his cross-examination. We're definitely going to be covering the sentencing, obviously, and closing arguments, and at least a selection of additional witnesses that testified in the case. You know, we want to hear the lady that joined Ali for some attempted tryst in his apartment, and a few of the friends as well. I think his mother also testified, but I haven't seen any of that content either. You know, maybe I'll sharpen my knowledge a little before we get back in, but we will be back to Ali Abulaban momentarily. possibly after this weekend. I think if we get enough votes from the public at our goal at the top of the chat, we're going to be doing Depp Heard this weekend. But next week, back to Ali Abulaban.
She did not make it to class, and I checked her attendance for the rest of the day. She wasn't in school at all. Like, he sent me a screenshot of like her attendance, and it said 0, 0, 0.
You still have that on the phone?
Yes.
Okay.
If you need to know what app, I'll tell you what app. It's a special school app.
Got it.
He said she was missing all day. And at this point, I start to panic and freak out because that can't be the case. She was dropped off. I had to go check her attendance at school, but the office had closed already.
Okay.
The lights were off. I could see a student sitting in there in the darkness, but I couldn't see any of the administrators or anybody in the office. Lights were off, everything was closed. They wouldn't allow.
Is that right, Christina? Christina says, Metrix, she doesn't know her daughter has been found dead yet. It happens right after this interview. Okay. So at the moment, as far as this Jenn Soto is concerned, her daughter is missing? Is that where we're at? Does everyone agree with that? I mean, that sounds spurious to me, but I don't know.
Me in. I think at this point the teacher had responded to me and told me she didn't make it to school at all. I start having like a freak out panic attack.
Look at this. Victoria Girl says he had a tripod set up in the room he slept in with Maddie. How fucked up do you need to be for that sentence to be something in your life? I mean, not only are you SAing a 12 or 13-year-old child, but you are filming it so that you can get off to it at a later stage? Is that where we're at? I mean, it's hard to imagine, isn't it? How does someone arrive at that place in their lives? I mean, you know,
Are you still just you at this point? Is it you and Stephan?
It's me and my sister. And I want to say one.
Audio's cutting out a bit here and there, guys. It's on the original video, so not much I can do about that.
Catherine. I start panicking, and I think at this point I call Stephan and I tell him, hey, because she didn't make it. She's absent today. There's no attendance of her at all today. I'm like, right now. And he said, okay, I'll be there. And he came to the office. And
Oi. Come on, audio. What's happening?
for like 3 hours, I think. Eventually I contact one of my friends whose husband works, or ex-husband works for OCP, or for you guys.
Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I messaged him and I talked to him and I asked him what I should be doing because you guys aren't responding quick enough.
Would you know his name? Where he works?
Yes. Nick Mann.
Okay.
Or Mahon. Not
Do you
sure.
know what he does here?
I think he works for SWAT.
Okay.
Sure.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
He tell you to wait?
I can't remember anymore.
He was selling the video content of the SA material. Oh my God. You know. You know, what can I say about that? You know. Do we really need to put someone like that through the courts? Just go and put a fucking bullet in their head, okay? Straight execution. Fuck them.
I think he let us know that there were other kids missing in the area, which is why you guys weren't responding quick enough. I think an 8 and a 9-year-old had gone missing around the same time too, in a playground. They forgot to tell. They didn't tell their mom they were going to the playground or something like that. So all the cops were over there on that side of Hunters Creek. My sister's boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, whatever he is, thought it would be a good idea to go to the park and talk to a cop there and see if he could bring a cop back, and that's what he did.
Okay.
And then at that point, that's when the cops started asking us questions, taking a report. Interviewing me. They interviewed Stephan. They asked Stephan to take them back to the location.
And Stephan's the boyfriend, I take it.
Where he dropped them off, and he showed them wherever he dropped her off. They were looking for cameras along the path, and I don't think they found any cameras along the way to see if there were any video recordings. I think.
Did Stephan go with them in their patrol cars, or did he drive himself and they followed? How did that work?
I think he went with them in the patrol car.
Okay.
Then they came back.
That was a control question. They obviously know the answer to that.
And then that's it. Everything was done. The cops were done. We were done.
What time? You remember what time that was on Monday?
It was after dark. We'll say 8 o'clock.
What did you guys go do after that?
We were in separate cars, me and Stephan.
Okay.
I ugly cried on the way home. I shouldn't have been driving. But I ugly cried on the way home, and I went straight home. And then the first thing I did was call Fox 35 News to see if we can, like, air some missing children information out there.
When you say ugly crying, just overly emotional tears, makeup running, or is there like, what is your meaning of ugly crying?
Sobbing where I couldn't see the road, and I shouldn't have been driving, like I was swerving.
Makes sense. Did Fox 35 come out to your house, or what was their response?
They responded the following day. I think we did a Zoom video interview.
Did Stephan follow you home?
I don't know if he followed me, but he drove home, yeah.
I mean, was it within a reasonable time when you got there? Like,
yes.
okay.
Drove home. We waited there. We didn't know what to do. I stayed up late. I think I called Fox 35. What else did I do? I think I had to eventually eat and take my medication. He told me he was going to go out cruising that night to go look for her. And I said...
Cruising? Cruising for young chicks?
I even questioned that. I asked him, are you sure it's a good idea? You should probably sit tight. Let's just wait to see if she comes home. And he said he was going to take a drive out. I had completely forgotten about him wanting to take the drive, or that he actually did it. And it wasn't confirmed to me until the following day, where agents came to the house and we sat in the car for a good amount of time, and I noticed the chair was adjusted. And I said, did you drive my car? And he said, yeah, remember I said I was going out last night to... That's right, you did say that.
Can he tell you where he looked?
I think he said up and down 192, and I said, why there? And he's like, I don't know, I'm just looking. I was just trying to look anywhere. And I'm just like, okay.
Did he say if he found anything or talked to anybody, or just roamed?
Yeah, roamed.
When you were getting ready for bed, you were tired, emotional. Were you falling asleep when he left, or were you already asleep when he left?
I was already asleep when he left.
Okay. Did you sleep downstairs?
Yeah.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
When you woke up, was he already awake, or was he still sleeping?
He was asleep in his bedroom upstairs.
The guest bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you take your medication that night?
I did.
What did you guys do Tuesday? Or just you? You guys, if you're not together, you're not together. What's the timeline on Tuesday?
Tuesday, he slept. I woke up early and started making phone calls to like the National Hotline for Missing and Exploited Children.
Is that the sort of thing that you go and sleep before doing? Yeah, I think I'll get up early and start with those calls to the Missing Children Hotline and Fox 35. We've got to get them down here. But, you know, in the morning, after my rest, after my medicated rest. Yeah, I woke up and then I started with the calls, you know, to the Missing Children Hotline, Fox 35. We did a Zoom call, but, you know, after my long medicated rest.
I called the number that the sheriff's office had given me to see if they had any information, and they let me know that she was like the what did she say she was? I don't remember what she said her position was, but she had just gotten into the office and was just starting to work on it, so she didn't have anything new for me. Her name was Bonnie Mitchell, I remember that. She asked me to send her some photos. The National Exploited Children's Hotline place asked me for photos as well. I think at this point, I had asked my friends and family to start contacting news outlets to try to get as much attention on this as possible. I had a lot of phone calls coming in, and I was picking all of them up, hoping that any of them could help me. But it ended up being news reporters or people who had seen my phone on my phone number on a flyer and was trying to give me suggestions. Somebody letting me know that they took flyers all the way to Orlando International Airport and posted them all over the place in case she was being trafficked. They suggested that I go to Amtrak and Greyhound. I had my sister making all these runs for me. I didn't leave the house to do any of this.
Stephan's still asleep?
Yeah. Eventually, reporters come to the house and do an interview. And at this point, Stephan was awake. I did an interview with them, and then Stephan was crying in the background, and I said, Stephan, do you want to do the interview? You can if you want. And he sat in front of the camera and did an interview where he cried.
Do you know which news outlet that was with? I know there's a video on Fox 35 where
with
you
him
guys
sitting
appear to be on like a webcam.
Yeah, that was Zoom. He was sitting in the background for me.
Okay.
I know
but
that
you
one.
had in-person interviews with reporters?
Yes. I want to say it was Channel 9.
Okay.
Yeah, Channel 9.
And he spoke to them?
Yes.
Okay.
And he ugly cried in front of the camera too, so he was fucking fake sob crying.
Are you saying that now, or do you?
I'm saying that now. I didn't think that at the time. At the time, I thought he was truly heartbroken and not that he had done all this shit to her. Like, I look back at shit now, I'm just like, he was fucking lying. He was fucking faking. What else has he been lying to me about? I know he's like a master liar and manipulator because he's done it to his parents, and he's told me and shown me the lies he's done to his parents. But I don't know why I never thought, not me.
The lies are about money, they're about where he's at, what he's doing. Was he?
Yeah, all that.
To his parents?
Yeah, he's stolen money from his parents. They used to have a few $1,000s hidden in like a closet for emergency fund kind of thing. And during COVID, he stole, like, he wanted RC cars. See, if he wants something, he's gonna get it.
RC cars, ladies and gentlemen. You're taking your parents' emergency COVID fund to buy remote control cars that you can zoom around a parking lot. Nothing spells well-adjusted adults than stealing your parents' emergency COVID fund to buy remote control vehicles.
No matter what. So he wanted RC vehicles, the remote control cars, fancy ones. They were a few $100s, and I'm poor. I know I can't afford it, and he's showing up at home with these things. And I asked him, "Where are you getting the money from? Because we don't have this money." He goes, "Oh, my dad." And I said, "Your dad gave you money?" He goes, "No, I took some from his closet." And I was like they have an emergency stash? And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, he's gonna notice money's missing. And he's like, "No, he won't. It's so much money in there, he won't notice at all." I've confirmed with Chris later on that he did notice money, but he never asked his son. But I let him know, yeah, he was robbing you and just buying himself toys. He's also lied. Most recently, he lied to his parents about where he would be. He told them he would be at his friend's house playing video or board games or something like that, but in reality he came all the way to Kissimmee to hang out with us.
Okay. But you guys were together Wednesday? After all the interviews, did he stay Wednesday? Would you? I know
yes.
We had some detectives go meet you guys Wednesday, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Were you guys in the house together till the detectives came?
Yes.
What kind of happened after the detectives came?
Do you feel like everything starts to get blurry?
Oh, I get it. Trust me. We've been in this office for like 3 days straight.
Yeah, so I just don't remember what day I had conversation with you guys.
Tuesday night, Orange County detectives came out there because I ended up coming out Tuesday night.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember seeing me or not that night.
Okay.
That was the first night we were at the apartment into the nighttime.
Yeah, is that when you guys shut down the house for forensics?
Yes.
Okay. So
tell us about that.
Okay. So earlier that day, I think Detective Hunt came, or somebody came, and asked Stephan for his cell phone. If he would willingly give it up so that they can look at it, or if they would need a warrant. And I remember him saying, "Should I have asked a warrant? Should I have?" And I'm like, "No, if you've got nothing to hide, give him your fucking phone." And I think we hung out in the house for a little bit, and then when you guys came in the evening, and you guys told us to wait outside, and we waited in my car, he started getting very anxious and very panicky, going, "I want my phone back. I want my phone back." And I said, "Listen, at this point, it's their phone. It's theirs for fucking ever. I don't give a shit. We will buy you a new phone. It doesn't matter anymore. Whatever they need, they need. Like, let them look at it." And he's like, "I just want my phone back." And I'm just like, are you trying to make yourself more suspicious? Because, like, if you were to go demand your phone back right now, that would look suspicious as fuck. Like, what are you doing? I'm thinking he's just getting impatient because he's bored and wants to play on his phone. And at one point, he takes my phone to start playing with it. I give it up, and I said, "Here, play on my phone. Have fun." Because I think from my phone, he was trying to log into his emails, but he couldn't. Because you need like 2-factor authentication from your own phone. And I'm just like, "What are you trying to look at?" And he's like, "Oh, my shipments, my packages." He's addicted to buying shit.
Hey, thank you so much to Laura Lee, Christina, and Mr. Pinto Peabody for those fabulous coffee donations at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Fantastic way to support the channel, guys, and we thank you very much.
That's another thing. Me and his dad couldn't figure out where Stephan was getting money from to buy stuff since he's been unemployed the last 2 months, but he's constantly buying himself packages, buying himself things off of Amazon, buying himself things off the line.
Is this stuff you can confirm, or you think he's doing this?
What?
Buying packages.
I can confirm because I am linked to his Amazon account,
Okay.
and his parents can confirm whatever UPS packages or whatever he's getting at home. But I'm linked to his Amazon account. If you guys have my phone, you'll see whatever shipment. I think most recently I did like birthday party. If you see birthday party stuff, that was me. But everything else, him. He's constantly buying stuff and he doesn't have money. He keeps saying he's got money in his savings, but me and his dad called bullshit because he hasn't had. When he lived with us, he was struggling. His dad was helping him pay his bills, paying his rent, paying his gas, paying his insurance. Stephan was helping us, supporting us by buying food and all that stuff. But I don't know what he did with the rest of his money. And I don't know where he's getting money from now.
Thank you, Victoria Girl, who says, thanks for waking up to entertain us. Yeah, I did fall asleep. I slept until 2:30 a.m. And then I thought, man, I could really like to stay asleep, but I thought the public spoke. They were kind enough to vote for this interrogation the other day, so you just gotta do things sometimes for your public, Welcome, public, welcome.
You were telling us that he was trying to log into his emails.
So he's trying to log into his emails on his phone, and I said, two-factor authentication, you can't do anything. You're just gonna have to wait till you get your phone back. What else? We waited in the car. I think at this point, when I noticed that forensics was locking down the house and you guys said we couldn't come back, I told him to call his dad. Because I had a feeling y'all knew something and it was going to come down on him. And I'm just like, they're focusing on the wrong person. They have the wrong person. In my head, I'm convinced you guys are that you had the wrong person. I wanted to think that he was good.
Before we get ahead of that, what is the conversation like between you two when you're in the car? Because y'all were in there for a good while we were trying to figure things out at your apartment complex or your condo. What's the conversation like inside that car?
I'm trying to think back to what exactly we were talking about. I know
Well, what were you talking about? Well, it was probably either toys or games.
I remember late in the when you guys let us know we couldn't come back.
Throw in cartoons, we've got the maturity trifecta.
And I called his dad. Or we called his dad. I started saying to him, like, I think they're focusing in on you. Like, we need to call your dad, and I think we need to get you a lawyer. I feel like they're focusing on the wrong person. And he kept saying the same thing. He kept repeating what I was repeating. That they're focusing on the wrong person. They're wasting time there.
How did he feel when you said he needs a lawyer?
He didn't believe me. Like, when I told him, like, don't you see forensics is closing down the house? They fucking know something, or there's something, like, they know something. Something's happening. They wouldn't be locking down the house this way if they didn't have suspicions of something. But I wasn't thinking, I don't know why I wasn't thinking him. Like, I was just like, no, they've got the wrong guy. he just kept saying that they have the wrong guy, that they're focusing on the wrong person, and that we're wasting time. And we call his dad. We tell his dad to come down here, and his dad did come down here and met us at a hotel. That was another thing. I don't have that much money. I live off of disability. I couldn't afford to put myself on.
Notice the complete absence of gasps following that statement. Don't touch me, I'm on total disability.
Hotel. Like, when you guys said that we couldn't return, I was like, I didn't know where to go. I was trying to think if any family member would have a spare room or anything like that, and not that could take the three of us, or when I say three of us, I mean him and the dog. And I know at my mom's house we wouldn't have been welcome. My mom does not like Stephan. She's never liked Stephan.
Yeah. What do they call that? Instinct. Yeah, my mom sensed a predator within him.
So I knew that our only option was to go to a hotel, but I couldn't afford it. So we called Chris, and Chris met us at our hotel by Disney.
Okay.
Off of Western Way, and that's where we went. We got there pretty late. We checked in. I used the restroom, and I was getting ready for bed, or laying down in bed probably around 3:30, 3:45 in the morning, and I fell asleep. Stephan was already asleep at this point.
Did you go straight to sleep when you got in, or just kind of drifted off as you were falling asleep? Like you went to the bathroom and he goes straight to bed?
He was already in bed before I went to the bathroom. Okay. I was on my phone for a little bit. He was laying in bed snoozing. I went to use the restroom. I was in the restroom for quite a while because I had like a terrible cell. When I came back out, he was asleep. At least I thought he was asleep. But
his dad stayed with you guys?
Not in the hotel room. He stayed in a different room on the same floor.
Okay.
The following morning, I wake up, I think around 9 o'clock in the morning, and Stephan's not there. And I remember thinking, he left again without his phone and didn't tell anyone where he was going. That's suspicious as fuck again. Why is he trying to...
Well, we took his phone, so he got a new phone?
He didn't get the new phone until later that day, where his dad woke up, came to our hotel room, and then handed him a phone.
Okay.
And said, here, have this phone in the meantime until you get your old phone back.
So you're just saying he's out and about with no phone?
Yeah, he's out and about with no phone, so there's no way for us to contact him. There's no way for us to... I didn't know if he even knew how to get back to the hotel. Because I drove that night. He's a little oblivious to when it comes to directions. So I was just like, is he going to even figure out how to get here? But he rolled in around 11:15, rolled in with a cup of Wawa, and said, oh, I'm so sorry, I was just driving around. I grabbed some Wawa on 182 and got lost. I didn't know how to
What is Wawa?
get back to the hotel, but I'm here now. And I'm just like, detectives are about to show up. What the fuck would have happened if they showed up and you weren't here? Like, you would have been a fugitive. Like, what are you doing? And he was just apologetic about not telling anyone where he went.
But you know, I mean, he had a Wawa cup and he said he was up at 192.
Yeah, but in reality, I know that he truly took my car in the middle of the night to Northport, Florida, and I was down there for an hour and came back. I didn't suspect that at all.
Okay.
I literally thought, I'm like, oh, this man, we were right next to like a a Target. So I'm thinking, oh, he's probably like stress shopping, just looking at stuff. He likes to browse. I was like, maybe he's in there somewhere. But I didn't have a car. I couldn't go out looking, right? And also, detectives were coming, so I didn't want to leave.
A cup of Wawa. Even the detective, like, lent validity to that. He was like, so he came in with the Wawa cup. I guess that makes a little more sense. If you've got a branded cup from the gas station Wawa, is that a Wawa cup? Maybe, but it's not a cup of Wawa.
Detectives eventually show up. Actually, we were in the hotel room for a while. He went back to sleep and slept. I took a little snooze for a little bit that morning, and then I got up, and then I went downstairs to the lobby, and I saw Chris. And Chris asked if I wanted some lunch, so we went to the hotel bar and ate some lunch. We brought up some lunch back for Stephan, told him to eat a little bit. When he woke up, he took like 2 bites. Then detective showed up. We went downstairs. They let us know that there was a press conference happening, which we already had an idea was going to happen. And they told us they would give us a ride and escort us to the conference here, and that you guys would let us in the back way so that media wouldn't see us. But in reality, now I know that was just to interview guys with us. But yeah, then we showed up here and got separated. Haven't heard from him since. Haven't spoken to him since. Have no interest in speaking to him at all. Yeah, that was it. Then we got interviewed.
What have you done since? Like, where did you go back to the hotel? Did you stay somewhere else?
No. So after the interview and all that stuff, Chris took me to my sister's house. I've been at my sister's house ever since.
Cool.
Yesterday I went out for a little bit to go to Target to try to take my mind off of things. I went to Target to go get myself a toothbrush and deodorant, things that I didn't have because I left the house so last second. I also went to my ex-husband's wife's mom's house. It's complicated, but we're all friends.
So?
Yeah. And they consoled me. They just kept me company. They made lunch. Then I went back to my sister's house.
Yeah, right, Spacey Dove. List of the top 10 things not to do when your young child is missing, right? Taking a nap would be one of them. Preparing a 3-course meal would be another. I mean, what are the top things that you just wouldn't do?
I've just been pretty much there ever since. When I went to Target, I decided, like, oh shit, I shouldn't be out in public. People could recognize me. It can either be good or bad what people could tell me. I've already had people recognize me.
Again, I shouldn't be out in public. You should be everywhere in public. Looking, searching for your daughter, asking people, speaking to the cops, putting up flyers, running around every known location that you think she possibly could be. Absolutely, you should be out in public. Oh, well, I shouldn't be out in public. People could tell me things and it could be good or bad, so obviously not in public. I think I'm going to go to my hotel and have a snooze and maybe go to the pool, maybe an early supper, cold plate of deli.
In my community, and dealing with people's heavy emotions and them coming to me and crying and telling me they're so sorry and how they feel is so heavy because I just have to kind of stand there and take their emotions and
Yeah, I have to take their emotions. I have none of my own. So, I'm so medicated that my emotions, they don't exist. So, when other people have emotions, it freaks me out.
I don't don't know, it's so heavy. When I realized that these are the interactions I was having in public, I'm like, I need to stay home because I just can't. I can't carry anyone else's emotions right now. I have my own to deal with, like my own. I don't want my own mental health suffering right now, or for me to spiral and end up back being hospitalized.
So when did you meet Stephen or Stephan?
I met Stephan in 2017. We both worked for Eco Homes, a real estate company. I did appointments, and he worked in the office doing like warranty work. We met as coworkers. We became really good friends. We were best friends for like a year. And then eventually I asked him if he wanted to hook up, and he said sure. And yeah.
You said 17, 18. Did you live in Orlando, Kissimmee? Where were you guys staying then?
Kissimmee.
And did you guys live together in 17?
He technically lived at his parents' house, but he was staying at my house all the time.
Okay. Same house you're in now, or a different house?
Wait, I take it back. In 2017, he wasn't staying over my house. It started in 2018 when we started hooking up, and he started sleeping over my house.
Okay.
And what was your next question?
Was that in the current
Yes.
house you live in now?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you lived in that house?
If anyone wondered what a Wawa cup
On and off.
or a cup
at one
of
point we
Wawa
moved close
like,
to where his
there it
parents
is.
live right now. They live in North Port, Florida,
Yeah.
Sarasota County. I lived in Port Charlotte, which is Charlotte County, the county right next door. We had an apartment there for like 6 to 8 months. We moved down there because, again, Stephan was promised a job and that fell through. So we supported ourselves in this tiny apartment for a little while until I ran out of funds.
Do you remember what year that was?
2020.
So when did you live in Port Charlotte in 2020?
I don't remember what month I moved in, but I remember moving out in November.
Of 2020?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was some. Like April, May.
That's fine. It was something we can look up if we need to later.
Yeah.
17. In 2017. So 2018. 6. Her body.
These are all redactions, apparently, for the audio that cuts out. I don't know who they're protecting. Yeah, so is Wawa all over the US, or is it West Coast? I'm assuming this is California that we're in, right? There's a lakeside town in Ontario called Wawa. I've been there. And it would be great if they had the gas station called Wawa in Wawa, Ontario.
At the same time, no. But
Okay.
I've had ex-husbands and ex-boyfriends live in that same house before.
Got it.
Oh, Florida, Orange County, Florida. Okay, good. Thanks, Carrie. How many Orange County? Is there an Orange County in every state?
You moved to Port Charlotte sometime in 2020 for a few months.
Yeah.
And then you came back to the same house.
After Port Charlotte, I went back to my mom's house for a little while.
Where's that at?
In Hunters Creek, Florida.
Got it.
Even before Port
So they would have been a stone's throw away from George Torres and Sarah Boone. You know, if they ever needed to buy a tack hammer, maybe they would have gone to the same Ace Hardware where George worked.
Charlotte, actually, the few months before I was in Port Charlotte, I was living at my mom's house.
With Stephan.
Around March 20, decided he wanted to renovate the house and possibly sell it, so he told us to get out. So March 2020, so around COVID time, like 2 weeks after COVID was announced, I moved in with my mom.
Okay.
And I lived with her for a little bit, and then the Port Charlotte apartment happened. We moved to Port Charlotte, were there for a few months, came back to live with my mom, was there for a few months, and then I decided to move back. That he was moving out and like getting an RV and like living the RV life.
Yeah.
So he needed somebody to take care of the house for him. So I said, yeah, I would do it, of course. So I moved in. I moved into his bedroom, downstairs, the master bedroom. Eventually,
the laundries. We got to come back to that at some point as well, you know. I was surprised that our Brian Laundry Gabby Petito coverage was pretty low numbers. I thought that would be a really popular case. But I think we should come back to it because we only scratched the surface of what was involved there. There's a boatload of more content for us to get through there.
Stephan did come. For a few years. It wasn't until like June of last year that.
Are these detectives gonna put some pressure on at some point? I'm just wondering if we're gonna pick up the pace.
And go upstairs to the guest bedroom.
We're about to close out hour 1 of the recorded footage here, but yeah, it's pretty basic at the moment.
Upstairs because I just he's not a very clean guy. He's kind of a little hoarder and a collector. So just my house was always a mess and never the way that I wanted it to look. Or the clutter just gave me anxiety. So I asked him to move upstairs and he did. And he lived upstairs until until December of last year. And then he moved to Northport, Florida with his parents because they had promised him a job, but that fell through. So we were in the process of trying to get him to come back up here to get his job back at Disney and for him to move back into the house for a little bit. And I'm not sure long term. I know temporarily I was willing to accept him back.
Was that something out of convenience for him or because you?
A little bit of both. We missed him.
Well, surely you have Canada Tire up in Victoria? That's like the Canadian version of the murder cleanup shopping place to be, isn't it? You know, all your murder cleanup needs. Walmart or Canada Tire.
And I wanted to help him out, like make it easy, like give him a place.
Or Canadian Tire. I never remember which one it is.
Like a base to start at, and then for him to start looking for something else afterwards, on his own. But yeah.
You obviously.
Oh. Yeah, Riding Shotgun says, where do the cops break the news? Okay, well that's good to know that that's coming. I'm going to have a coffee injection, I think. Flagging a bit here, guys.
Relationship. Talk a lot. Is she a secretive teenager? What is like your kind of day to day with her?
I would have said a normal relationship. I asked, she would tell me. I didn't think she was hiding anything from me. I didn't think she was lying to me about anything, but obviously she had secrets.
I mean, the hindsight, all the stuff you found out over the past couple of days, taking that out of the picture, your relationship with her.
Okay.
Like not
say,
looking back saying, okay, I was being lied to. Like up until you found out some things that you've been told, you guys had an open communication relationship. You talk about
everything,
life.
Yeah. If anything, she was a little bit more open with Stephan because she told him about a boy she had a crush on.
Okay.
And that his name was. And she described him. And Stephan's like, "Are you aware that she has a crush on a boy?" I said, "No." He's like, "Yeah." She told me his name that he's tall and that she likes his fluffy hair.
When was this? Do you remember when this conversation happened?
Within the last week sometime, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Ryan Olson asks, is Madeline missing or known to be deceased at this time? Either way, she is acting so calm and unaffected. I would be in pieces in her situation. Ryan, I think the cops know that Madeline is dead, and they're about to reveal it to Jennifer Soto here. That's coming.
Like within, so we saw.
Oh, okay. Forget what I just said. Queen Olive's got the facts. It's a blind watch here for me, Ryan. So I'm coming in shy.
So within a week of that Sunday, I'm not sure if if she had told him via phone chat. It must have been via phone, like phone convert, like we don't FaceTime, we Google Meet.
The Android
version of FaceTime, yeah. So we would Google Meet often. Sometimes when we get home from school, just talk all day, or sometimes not even talk all day. We would just bullshit. I would be doing my own thing. He would be doing. We're just keeping each other company on the phone.
Marian Emmanuel says this whole setting for the interview is not right, with the art on the wall and the cushion pillows. You know what I'd like to see in this interview room? One table in the room, and then the detective comes in with this heavy bag and lays it on the table with a big thud, and then slowly opens the bag and just one by one starts putting implements out on the table slowly. The pair of pliers, the claw hammer, the blowtorch, and just one by one, and just, would that be unconstitutional? You don't have to use them, right? But just laying them out one by one. What else could you have? What's everyone's favorite torture instrument? Personally, well, I like a simple household light bulb myself, because what you can do is smash that light bulb, and you know the little bit, the metal bit at the bottom, at the base of the light bulb? When you smash the light bulb, there will be just enough jagged, broken glass around the circumference of that bit that goes in the, the metal bit. Just enough, about the same size as somebody's eyeball, okay? And then what you do is you grab the metal bit with the jagged glass around the circumference, and you just place it softly on someone's eye, and then ask questions.
And I think in one of those conversations, she told him that she had a crush on a boy. But I checked those text messages with that boy, and nothing seemed weird either.
So. How did he? I mean, it could be new. I mean, she sees a guy at school. She thinks it's attractive. He shows her attention. I mean, she's young. How did he take it? Was he like? And I want you to think back before you know things you know now. Like, did he seem concerned about her? Did he seem excited for her? Like she's starting to, be a kid and have crushes and everything else. Like,
he seemed happy for her.
Okay.
He's like, yeah, did you hear this? This is super cute. And I was like, oh. I hadn't. She hadn't told me. And I wondered, I'm like, why didn't she tell me? Why did she tell him and not me? And like, I want to know who she got a crush on. But maybe it's because I told her she had a rule. She wasn't allowed to date for a few years.
Okay.
Until like, I think I had said 16 or something like that. but I didn't want her dating.
So then your relationship with her was open. Obviously, she's a child. She's not going to share everything.
Yeah.
With him, it seems like she has a very open relationship with him. They talk, they hang out. So it'd be okay with you if they went out and did things together outside if you were at work or something?
Ugh, terrifying. Yeah, he'd take her to Disney.
So the living situation with them, I'll be honest, seems weird. It's weird to me. She's got a bedroom downstairs. What's kind of...
Oh, I like this here. Confrontation. Chapter 1. Let's just go back and see where we entered into this. The detective is saying, the living situation, I'll be honest, seems weird. The tripod, weird. Okay? Definitely. What the hell is that tripod doing there?
Did things together outside if you were at work or something? So the living situation with them, I'll be honest, seems weird. It's weird to me. She's got a bedroom downstairs. What's kind of the mindset or the thought process, the communication you've had with Stephan about, you know, she's not going to sleep in her bed, but you guys are going to go sleep in the guest bedroom?
So, originally, the plan was that all three of us were going to sleep in my bed together.
And I'm not just saying Sunday, I mean like...
Oh, okay.
Like in the past, too.
So...
Good catch on the avoidant answer, detective. She went straight to focusing on the sleeping arrangement of Sunday, but obviously the detective is pushing hard to say, we're not talking about Sunday, we're talking about in general. The fucking sleeping arrangement seems weird. The tripod, weird. Okay? Definitely weird. Tell us about that.
I had a rule. She wasn't allowed to sleep in his bedroom at all. Like, no sleepovers, no nothing. For a very long time. For years.
Since we're pausing,
yeah.
What brought that on? Was that like a request of his, like, can we sleep in the same bed, request of hers, or you just saying...
Me being super paranoid, not to trust anyone. For the longest life, even though he treated her well, I still looked at him on, you know, like side-eye, like making sure, like, is that normal? Is this, okay, that looks normal, okay. I wanted to make sure that nothing was happening and that I was missing something, but I was. But, he never requested... I'm sorry, repeat the question then.
Yes, Carrie Brooke, we've had an influx of fabulous True Crime Metrix membership people coming into the YouTube. If you want to get your star, click the link for your membership at True Crime Metrix.
So I guess when you said, like, you had a rule, like, obviously we know now they've, you know, slept in the same bedroom together and everything else. I'm sure you're questioning a lot of things that, like, you haven't been told or that are going on. The thought process of them sleeping in the same bedroom caused you to say that you had a rule for the longest time where they couldn't.
Yeah.
I have a son. He's a lot younger than her. He's 4. But I guess if I was dating somebody or had somebody over, I would never establish, and this is just me, a rule. He can't sleep in the bed with her, or she's not going to be. It wouldn't even be a thought process for me, so that's why I asked, because I wouldn't think of it even as an option.
Yeah.
So when you say you had a rule, I guess I'm asking what prompted the rule.
Sleepovers before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good question, you know. Good question. You know, everyone's different. I mean, is there room for that to be entirely innocent and well-intended? I don't think so. You know, you're not going to sleep in the bed with my young child as a you know, our setup. I mean, once, okay, that could happen. But, you know, I mean, he's absolutely right. Why would you invent a rule? Why would you state a rule? Right, we're laying down a rule. No sleeping in bed with my 8-year-old. It wouldn't come up because it doesn't happen in normal people's lives.
Late, you want to watch movies and eat snacks. Can we do that? I'm like, no. We can all watch movies down here together. We can all sleep down here together. Up until June, together all the time. So we were always, she would sleep in the middle, I would sleep on this side, he would sleep on the other side. It wasn't until June that he got his own bedroom and I sent him upstairs. That's where the requests for sleepovers started.
Okay.
And I kept telling her no. I'm not comfortable with that. But eventually at some point.
Yes, Riding Shotgun. Let's get those coffees rolling in, guys, at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Fabulous way to support the channel. One of the best ways that I think there is. And, you know, it's not just coffee. We're not limited to coffee. Hot chocolate for that cold January weather. Fabulous way to support the channel. Click the link at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
Like, we really want to watch, I forgot what movie it was. They really wanted to watch something and I was really tired. And I said, okay, fine. Go ahead, but this can't happen often. And yeah, I allowed her to go upstairs and sleep with him. But honestly, I think I can count on one hand how many times that's happened, and it hasn't been many times that I've allowed her to have a supper party with him, to be alone in a bed with him.
Just the way she refers it to as a slumber party. You know, that's ruined the term for me forever.
Usually around all the time. Up until 2 weeks ago, you know, I was pretty much at home all the time living on disability. If I wasn't at home, just, you know, I was substitute teaching, but I was substitute teaching primarily at her school or at the school close by, but I'd make sure I'd get out around the same time, and I'd get out.
Substitute teaching as well? Oh my God. Get this woman away from children. Keep her away, a long way away from children, all children.
It's time to pick her up and take her. So she was with me pretty much all the time. She wasn't at school. So yeah, after.
When he's not there, where does she sleep?
With me.
She never sleeps in her room?
No, always with me.
Quickly, do you know, and you may hate the question, but do you have any idea? We currently have upwards, probably 200 people working on finding. Right, the Orange County Sheriff's Office is involved.
I believe him. You know, oftentimes that's part of the dossier technique, right? To say, listen, we've got serious manpower on this. But I believe him in this case. We've got 200 people looking for this girl. You know. And you would do, wouldn't you? You'd be like, okay, everybody, you need to come and help. We've got a lost child here.
Kissimmee Police Department's involved. St. Cloud Police Department, Osceola County Sheriff's Office, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FBI. Yes. Under suspicious circumstances. So
yeah, that's what you're up against. We got FDLE, we got FBI, we got, who was it again? What was the list of agencies?
We currently have upwards, probably 200 people working on finding. Right, the Orange County Sheriff's Office is involved, the Kissimmee Police Department's involved, St. Cloud Police Department, Osceola.
What's the city? The police department? What police department?
Probably 200 people working on finding. Right, right? The Orange County Sheriff's Office is involved, the Kissimmee Police Department's involved, St. Cloud Police Department, Osceola County Sheriff's Office, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FBI. Yes, under suspicious circumstances. So,
God, can you imagine being the head of that, combined? Well, it's really late. I'm losing my words. The combined search effort. Who is running that? That is a serious list of agencies, man. You got all of those guys, and someone's got to be in charge, right?
anybody who is somebody is involved.
Yeah.
So, regardless of the circumstances, those people don't get to go home. Those people don't get to go back to their families. Those people don't get to live.
Those people don't get to have a nap or, go to the pool and have a nice light supper with a cold plate of deli. They don't get to do any of that, like what you've been doing,
Lives and go back to their primary jobs. I know the sheriff has probably expressed to you that's his #1 priority. I'm sure the Kissimmee Police Department's expressed that to you, our detectives. This isn't something that's going to stop or go away.
Yeah.
Right? Anybody who knows something, anybody who may know something, will be brought into a room, will be talked to, whether they're guilty, whether they're innocent. Because our #1 priority, our jobs have kind of stopped on any other things we have going on until it's fine, because that's the most important thing.
Kissimmee PD. Kiss me.
Anybody has going on right now. But with that, a lot of people are going to feel that whatever happened, I can tell you, and I know detectives have expressed to you that the thought process at this point is this is a homicide investigation.
Yeah.
Based on the evidence I've seen, based on the video.
No response.
As I've seen, I do believe. With that being said, and the reason I tell you that, not to be an asshole, is because the thought process with us leads it in a different investigation, a different way. Meaning, whatever has already happened, right? We cannot change what happened most likely on Monday. We cannot change the fact that I believe Stephan killed her, right? All we can do now is find her as quickly as possible. On the 2% chance we're wrong and that she is alive, that's phenomenal, right? That's the best thing that could happen.
Thank you so much again, Victoria Girl, for that fabulous donation. Hey, everybody else in chat, Victoria Girl is single-handedly leading the effort towards, what are we doing? Depp Heard this weekend. Depp Heard. To see Depp Heard. If you want to see Depp Heard, help us along with our goal at the top. Don't leave it all to Victoria. Thank you so much, Victoria.
On the chance that we are 100% correct and she has passed away, finding her now versus later will bring closure to your family, will bring closer to everybody, regardless of how it happened or why it happened. Meaning, if you have an inclination, if you know where she's at, if his father knows, that doesn't mean those people get held accountable for what he did. It doesn't mean those people get held accountable for knowing what he did. It means we close out the investigation. You know what I mean? So a lot of times we go into rooms like this and we ask people questions. We say, hey, do you know what happened? Do you know what happened? And there's this fear of what happened already happened. I can't change that, so I'm not going to insert myself with knowledge because it's going to make me look bad. Regardless, at this point, I murdered her, right?
God, these redactions. I'm not convinced that they are redactions because they don't seem to be redacting pertinent information. They're just random bits of sentences. Not nice.
He victimized her. He ruined her entire life from childhood until now. I think that there's probably some sense of guilt. And my fear is that sense of guilt is causing you to not want to assist in the location of her, not because you're a bad person, but because there's that sense of guilt that what was happening under your roof, and now by her being found brings that all to your plate, and it doesn't.
Oh no.
This is an interesting tactic. I don't think we see this one very often. So what is this? If we went to read the Reed Manifesto of Interrogation Tactics, what is this? It's not fear up. It's not ego up. It's not dossier. It is a little bit dossier. It's more... What he's saying is, I don't think you did anything wrong, but you feel guilty, and that guilt is making you not want to help in the search because you think it's a lost cause, but you don't want to, you know, it's unusual technique, but very, very well placed. Thank you, Detective.
If I knew anything, I would so tell you. I want to even if she's dead, because you guys tell me your suspicions, but I'm not going to believe it until I have her body.
So there are things, and the reason I say these things, and again, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but the reason I say these things is there's been a lot of things you've said, and a lot of things I've kind of researched between the Fox.
Thanks so much, Carrie, for that fabulous coffee I just saw come in. Yeah, I don't know what happened to our alerts on the video. Usually it pops right up with the coffee alerts, but no, thank you, Carrie, for that fabulous cup of Wawa.
35 story, between your initial statement to the police, a lot of things have changed. The initial statement to the police was you watched her get dressed, you watched her leave, you knew exactly what she was wearing.
Can I tell you
Absolutely.
my thought process on that, or where I came from with that? I was handed this form, and I'm like, where do I start? What do I write? And somebody said, tell them what you saw. And so I started with I saw. And then I wrote out what I wrote out. But it wasn't until later I was like, wait, I didn't see her. I assumed that I saw her. I assumed that I heard her. But I didn't. In reality, I didn't see her. I only saw him. And I heard something in the kitchen, but I don't know who that was.
Which we've talked about today. But I guess there's other concerns. Right? Mm-hmm. You were nervous. The police have showed you their hand. They said, Stephan, we want your phone. Stephan, we want to talk to you. We're going to lock down your residence. You can't go back inside. Me? I don't care if it's the love of my life sitting next to me. I don't care if it's maternal grandma. If the police come and take my mom's phone and my son's disappearance, I'm not going to offer my mom a lawyer. That's nuts to me. That to me shows you prioritizing Stephan. Because at that point you became more worried about him being falsely accused than any. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt, does that make sense? People having lawyers is their constitutional right. That is a thing that everybody is afforded. But for somebody who's going through what you are going through, to offer him a lawyer leads me to believe that there may have been a conversation, there may have been knowledge, or there may have been some inclination that you had, whether it be his involvement, her location, or something to where in your mind there's guilt.
That's stretching into a grey area, isn't it? You know, you're part of the constitutional right to legal representation is not having that be indicative of any wrongdoing, guilt, knowledge, or otherwise. You know, I mean, it's not even supposed to be questioned. Law enforcement's supposed to back the fuck off anything to do with request to legal counsel. I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong what he's doing. I'm just saying that, again, it's kind of unusual. I like this detective. He's just everything about his posture. I mean, maybe it's something to do with the setup of the room as well, but he's coming across it very therapeutically, you know, very understandingly, and very, you know, it's unusual. It's unusual. First time I've watched it, though, so we'll see where it goes.
I promise you, like...
Because you offering him a lawyer is very weird.
I know.
Okay, so eagle eye Victoria girl's got her eagle eye on these comfortable shoes. I prefer the shoes of the second detective, Mr. Note Taker. Can we zoom in on those shoes? No. Yeah, well, I don't know. Be good if he just came in with a nice furry pair of slippers, or those big slippers that had a cartoon character on the feet. Like a big. Who would it be? Droopy. Remember Droopy? Droopy slippers. There's nothing in the Constitution that would prevent a detective from entering into the interrogation room wearing droopy slippers. Let's do it.
That was still me under the assumption that I think at one point you guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still want...
Yeah, what if somebody took her? Somebody took her. Carrie, that was just me testing the coffee alert, which now seems to be set up, working, so we won't miss a single cup coming into the Metrix studio tonight. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics.
I wanted to believe I believed him. I believed his whole story. So I was just like, I kept repeating that part. I'm just like, what if she did get dropped off? What if she got abducted? What if she's missing? But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy. I wanted to think he was a good guy still, but clearly he's not. After everything you guys have
clearly we found that out when we saw the fucking tripod in the bedroom. Clearly not a good guy. Yeah, we got it.
Me and have shown me, I know he's the worst person on this face of the earth.
You know that now. We know he's a piece of shit now. But you didn't know that then.
I didn't.
Then you offered a guy who the police suspected of kidnapping, abducting, assisting the disappearance.
Another good tactic. I like this detective. He's got his own rule book. He's not following Reed technique. He's not following Peace technique, Pace or whatever it is. He's writing his own book here. What did he just do then? He's saying, we know he's a piece of shit now, but you didn't know then, when you were helping him, when you didn't know. When obviously what he really thinks is that she did know. Right? Good way to coax some more details out of her, He's supporting her position as being a non-knowing, sorry, where is my brain? A non... an unwilling participant without knowledge. Someone who was just trying to get him a lawyer because she didn't know he was a piece of shit when he was doing that. Just think about that. Think about how much dynamics are involved with that. It's separating the instances of time, then and now. You didn't know he was a piece of shit. You tried to help him, but now you know he's a piece of shit, so you shouldn't help him, and you should help us. It's a simple thing, but it's got so much in terms of what it means to her and how he represents his own position to her. I mean, it's not very flashy. It's not like big flashy tactics here. We're not seeing Detective Sergeant Jim Smith in Russell Williams. We're not seeing Graham Coder in the Chris Watts interrogation or Tammy Lee. We're not seeing what's another who else is on Mount Rushmore? God, wouldn't that be great? I think we should go to South Dakota, knock down the presidents, and rebuild the mountain with Detective Sergeant Jim Smith, Graham Coder, Tammy Lee, and this guy.
Offered him a lawyer. And then we don't have to roundtable that. You went back to what you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine.
Hold on. I know every relationship is different, and I know everybody's family is different.
What was that? The sex stuff is fine? What the fuck did he just say? What about the tripod?
Seeing the disappearance. Offered him a lawyer. And then we don't have to roundtable that. You went back to what you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine.
Hold on.
Yeah. Definitely not fine. Tripod, not fine. Sex with the kid, not fine. Selling the video material to other perverts, not fine. Getting her pregnant and having to kill her as a result, apparently. That's what people are suspecting, right? Just, you know. It's very troubling, isn't it, that there are human beings in this world that are supposedly exactly the same biologically, developmentally than you and me. And that there are people that are not only willing to do these kinds of acts, but seem to need to do these kinds of acts. And isn't it strange? You know, if you live in a major city like London or New York or LA or whatever, you know, you just got to sit on the tube. You just sit on the tube for an hour and you're almost certainly within 5 feet of a rapist, a murderer, or, you know, a pedophile. They're all around, right? I mean, they must be. It's terrifying.
I know every relationship is different, and I know everybody's family is different. I won't ask, but going back on, has he expressed interest in, I'll use the word weird, I'm not going to shame anybody for what they like, different sexual pleasures, different sexual experiences, different kinks that involve things you weren't comfortable with?
The only thing he's ever expressed to me was like anal.
Okay.
He had an anal kink and liked butts.
Okay.
But that was something I was never comfortable with.
He had an anal kink and liked butts. Well, he should enjoy prison.
Doing, and I let him know that, like that's something.
That's fine. You guys slept in the same bed together. Stephen was a big portion of your life at one point. Stephan was a big portion of your life at one point. And this is not me coming at you as a person or a bad person, because shit happens in the past, and the past is the past. We can't change the past. Has he ever expressed to you? Never.
Never.
Has he ever made statements about made you feel different?
No.
Okay. When you guys slept in the same bed together, in the middle, did you ever wake up and find them cuddling? Did you ever wake up and find them closer than you thought they should be?
They would snuggle.
I actually really like the pictures, Victoria Girl. Nice, colourful, bright. Now I'm just imagining the lieutenants of the police station, you know, with paint by numbers. Get back to work, Lieutenant. Put down the paintbrush, Lieutenant.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we all snuggle. I didn't think that was that problem.
Riding Shotgun asks, who is Tammy Lee? Tammy Lee is the female detective who gave Chris Watts the polygraph. Masterfully done. You know, she gave him a fucking 3, 4, 5 hour prep interview, and then the polygraph, and then, you know, came back in with Graham Coder from the FBI to stick it to Chris, and also was part of the team that traveled up to Wisconsin to to meet with Chris for a follow-up interview. You know, real key player in Chris Watts, and a massive instrument tool that brought that son of a bitch down.
So if you guys are sleeping in the same bed and she's in the center, you've woken up and they're snuggling, they're under the same blanket, they're not under the same blanket?
No.
But just like...
She's got her own blanket, she's got her
spooning
own...
for what? What is snuggling to you? Because to me, snuggling, spooning. Big spoon, little spoon.
He would lay down like this and she would be right here in the nook.
What is snuggling to everyone in the chat? What is snuggling to me? Well, yeah, I guess the detective put it right. It's like a big spoon, little spoon thing, right? Is that what it means? Have I got that wrong? Is the detective wrong?
Okay. How do you guys sleep? You guys sleep clothed, unclothed? I sleep clothed.
Yeah.
Shirt, pants, pajama sets?
Yes.
Everybody?
I sleep in like my everyday clothes.
Okay.
On pajamas or baggy t-shirts and shorts.
Okay.
And Stephan would sleep.
Baggy t-shirt and shorts. Yeah, reminds me of our good friend Neverly Darling, who's under the weather at the moment. Down with the flu, but you know, she's been getting some great comfort from that extra baggy, extra large True Crime Metrix logo t-shirt, which you can pick up yourself at the Metrix merch store, which is just merch.truecrimemetrix.com, where you can get the whole range of Metrix merch products. And we've got a bunch of stuff coming out. What did we have earlier? Oh yeah, the True Crime Metrix prescription for a healthy, non-medicated lifestyle. What was it? Good food, good love, good sleep. Was it good food, good love, good sleep, active day, no more meds. Dr. Metrix in the house.
Sleep. With his t-shirt or boxers, sometimes with his pants on. But he didn't have pajamas. Okay,
so they would snuggle, sometimes him being in his boxers. You would wake up and she'd be in the nook of his arm, essentially in a cuddling position. And you never found that weird?
No.
Okay. Again, you and I may find things different. Why? And I don't want you to look back on it, because now you know you victimized her for a long time. Right? Under your roof. With you home, most likely, because you said you're always home. You just got this job. You've been living off disability. I know the Kissimmee Police Department has showed you pictures. I know they've verbally explained to you some pictures. I can tell you that today, they're still downloading his Google Drives.
Look Alive 45. Knuckin' Futz has just turned 45. Well, happy birthday, Knuckin' Futz.
Still going through his social medias, his cloud-based servers, and everything else. And we can now piece back her victimization in your house under your care to 2020. I believe we've gone as far back as in when she... So when I ask, they've woken up cuddling, did you find things suspicious? Did you have an open relationship? Did he talk to you? Has he made inappropriate statements? It's almost like cheating, right? Like, have you ever been cheated on? Okay. Somebody can only cheat on somebody for so long until they fuck up, or until something comes out, or somebody says something, right? So we go back to 2020, we're looking at a minimum of 3.5 years. 3.5 years where I'm sure you guys are sexually active. Yes. So for 3.5 years under your care in your house, not only is he being sexually active with you, he had a sexual relationship.
Oh, God.
And I know it's an emotional thing, and I know it sucks to hear, but where I'm coming from is it seems like something that you can't hide forever. You guys live in a small space, close quarters, you sleep in the same bed, you guys all talk, you guys all share things, you're an observant person for the most part, I assume. Outside of taking medications and going to sleep, it seems very difficult A lot of grown-ass adults can't hide an affair with somebody who doesn't live with them.
Yeah.
Let alone somebody who does live with them.
Hang on, let's unpack
So at a
that.
certain
What did
point,
he just say? A lot of grown-ass adults can't hide an affair with someone who lives with them. I disagree. Is that what he said?
you sleep in the same bed. You guys all talk. You guys all share things. You're an observant person for the most part, I assume. Outside of taking medications and going to sleep, it seems very difficult. A lot of grown-ass adults can't hide an affair with somebody who doesn't live with them.
Yeah.
Let alone somebody who does live with them.
Or with someone who doesn't live with them? Well, I disagree even more. I mean, I don't know. It happens a lot.
So at a certain point, I do believe you became aware of what was going on.
No.
And when I say that, it doesn't mean you're in trouble. It doesn't change.
I know, but...
But I do believe that a reasonable person, and I consider you a reasonable person, right? Do you think you're a reasonable person?
Yes.
Would be aware.
Thanks so much, Ride-In Shotgun, for that fabulous super chat. Ride-In Shotgun says, justice for all the innocent children. Keep exposing these sickos, Metrix. That's what we're here to do, Ride-In Shotgun, and poke a little fun on the way. But also, you know, part of the reason I love to do this is to see great detectives like this that have their own bag of tricks. You know, every detective, every good detective, really develops their own style, you know, like a fantastic chef, like a Michelin star chef that just, you know, they have a signature. You know, you can cook mashed potatoes a bunch of different ways, but if you go to a really good restaurant, that chef is, you're gonna know they're from that chef.
That under her roof.
And this detective's mashed potatoes are some of the best I've ever tasted. I mean, you know, within reason. I haven't seen that much of him, but I'm really loving his tactics, and I love how they're appropriate to, you know, they're very much in this moment. They work here. He seems to be very good at identifying what's working, you know, with the subject that's in front of him. I'd love to see him in a completely different kind of interrogation. One not in a soft room, not with the lieutenant's paint by numbers on the fucking wall, and, you know, a hard interrogation. I'd love to see his tactics used in a different way. It's a great way to compare. I think that should be a theme for the True Crime Metrix channel. The greats. You know, we're going to be doing another iteration of Detective Sergeant Jim Smith. We've already done Colonel Russell Williams' interrogation. If you haven't seen that already, check it out on our channel page. But yeah, he's also present in the interrogation with another detective from the OPP in the case of Michael Rafferty out of Woodstock, Ontario. So, yeah, he comes in hard, guns blazing. You know, with Colonel Russell Williams, he's pretty mild-mannered for the most part. That's part of the appropriate way to deal with an interrogation like that. But with Michael Rafferty, it's a different story. And I really like this thing about comparing the same detective in different scenarios. We should try and do that more and more, I think. Yeah, that's what we'll do.
Sexual relation.
I had no idea.
The videos, the text messages, the images, they're all documented forever. This has been an ongoing thing. And at her age, I think she probably thought they were in a relationship. She probably thought they were in love because he her male attention, right? She just started liking boys, right? She just got a crush. Up until then, her crush At the same time, you guys are sleeping in the same bed together. You guys are all cohabitating. She's not sleeping in her room. But you felt the need to establish a rule that they couldn't sleep in the same room. But when you established that rule, for 3 years, she's already been dating him, essentially. Whether that's legal or not.
I had no idea.
So I truthfully believe, and this is my belief, I'm not speaking for other detectives, I'm not speaking for the sheriff's office, the state police department, or any other agency I've said. This is Kevin's belief. I believe that you became aware of their sexual relationship. I think at a certain point throughout this relationship, you became aware of it. And for whatever reason, your reasons are your reasons, whether it was discussed that it would stop, whether it was discussed how it would go, that you feel some sense of guilt. A lot of the news statements you've given kind of, again, my opinion only, I don't speak for anybody else, whether it's in this room or out of this room, bother me. It seems like some of your emotion, up until this room, I think some of the emotion in this room is sincere. I think a lot of it's because I'm being an asshole. I'm telling you things you don't want to hear that shouldn't be said out loud. But when you talk to the news, when you talk to deputies, it feels, based on my experience in this job, that it's not sincere. I feel like some of your sadness is not real sadness. I feel like when you gave the interview with Fox 35, it was not sincere. Looking at that video one time, I didn't feel like your cries were sincere. And I'm not saying that because you're a bad person. I feel like sometimes...
Ugly cries. They're called ugly cries, detective. I hate how she calls it like that. How fucking juvenile is that? Oh, I was ugly crying. I was crying.
People struggle to show real emotion when they're aware of what the truth is. So it has to be fake. This is demise for the past, let's say, 5 years, right? But her going missing, her disappearance, if you have knowledge of how it happened, where it happened, an inclination, that emotion's not going to feel sincere because you're already aware of what happened.
I would.
It's almost becomes a lie at that point.
If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever the fuck you want, but I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't. I was oblivious to everything. 4 years?
Minimum. That's just how far back the...
I like this this comment from Michelle de Mateus. Yay, hello to Marjorie. I'm obsessed with this case. Jenn Soto. The human potato. I love that. The human potato. It's just a potato with arms and legs and a head.
Cloud goes. And I find it hard to believe for me that you were so worried about how many pills she took at night, but not where she slept or what relationship she was. His interest in her.
I thought we were all safe. I thought because that he hadn't shown me anything so far, like everything seems fine. Like he seemed like he treated her like
he treats you.
Is she Filipino, by the way? Filipina. Oh, shoot me.
In his mind.
It's so fucking disgusting.
So now...
Because she kind of talks like Katie McBanowa.
He's in jail because of what we found on his phone, not because somebody came forward and reported that he was abused.
No, I know.
She's not old enough to consent. She's not old enough to have a thought process to even want anything that was happening to her. It's abuse. So he's in jail for that. But something caused what happened. Right? We searched murder, because we can call it a murder. She didn't die naturally. She didn't overdose. She didn't have a heart attack. We circled murder on Monday. Something had to cause that. He's been having unrestricted sexual activity for a long time. He's getting what he wants from her, probably from you, and who knows whoever else, right? So it's not like he woke up or went to bed Sunday and he was like, you know what? I'm done with this, but I'm going to kill her. Something happened. people don't just wake up and like, you know what? They leave people, they break up with people, but usually things cause people to snap. Now, what? You know what? And I'm in trouble, or I feel like I'm gonna, or him being out. We can go even worse. She's pregnant.
That's what questions last night led me to believe when we started talking about her period.
I was told that her and her friend, and granted, I'm male, never had a period, but that somebody found it weird that they were no longer on the same cycle. Could be different because she's a teenage girl. Could be that she missed her period. Have you ever found a pregnancy test at home that wasn't yours?
I have 2 underneath the bathroom sink, but I haven't seen if they're still there or not.
Okay. But you haven't seen any used ones in the trash?
No.
Their relationship hasn't changed?
No.
Okay. So what do you think happened Sunday? Other than him killing her. What do you think made him snap?
I don't know. Theories, I keep hearing
Tell me your theories, because here's the deal.
Udi says this woman needs to be charged as soon as possible. Forget her testimony. They have enough evidence she was in on it. So, is she just released? Just not charged with anything at the moment? Is that the state of affairs?
We don't go home until she's found.
No, I know.
So what are your theories?
What I've heard is, what if she upset him and threatened to tell me and say that she was going to tell me, and he needed to shut that down? That's the only thing.
What do you think?
Oh, was that Mr. Note Taker coming in strong? Here we go.
And he needed to shut that down. That's the only thing.
What do you think?
I don't want to believe he killed her. But from what you guys are telling me, he must have killed her Sunday night and snuck her body out in the morning. That photo you guys showed me of her slumped in the car.
So Jenn Soto is probably out there right now, somewhere, taking a nap. Making sure she's had her nighttime meds. Head on the pillow. Nice soft pillow. Not a jail gym mat pillow, a soft pillow. A good pillow. Well, I'm not alright with that. I'm not okay with that at all.
You don't want to believe he killed her.
I want to believe she's still alive and that she got kidnapped, but that doesn't seem like that's the case at all. Yeah. I know, my brain just wants to believe something else. I just want to believe she's still alive, she's out there.
Did he tell you he fucked up?
No. He acted so normal that day. He was like, I'm so impressed. We got out of the house so early. Like, she made great time. We had so much time to go to McDonald's, but she didn't want to. His story was so fun. Like, every detail was so believable. He's just been lying this whole time. Like, he's...
What about that day in the car when you offered him a lawyer? Did you disclose anything to you there that made you feel like, oh fuck, he needs a lawyer?
No. He kept acting like he didn't know what was happening, and I'm like, don't you see forensics? Don't you see they took your phone? Like, something's happening. Like, I think they're gonna pin this on you. And I'm like, in my head I'm going, they have the wrong guy. Like, they're just honing in on the last person who saw her. But no, you guys knew more.
You never said, what did you do?
I still, even up until when we got here to the police station, I was convinced that he hadn't done anything to her at all.
Because of him or because of not wanting to believe she's deceased?
Because of him. Because I thought he was a good guy.
So up until this morning, you still think that it's not?
No.
You're talking about the other day?
Up until...
When we took him?
Yes.
Okay.
I forgot what day of the week that was.
So we're still going through his phone, his drive, like I told you, all his socials. We can date back to 2020. Based on the videos, it appears that was the start of the victimization. Okay, are we going to find anything in his phone with you?
No. He never done anything. We've never done anything.
Has there ever been a request for the two of you to participate in sexual activity with him?
No.
Regardless of you saying no or yes?
No, he's never asked that.
Okay. If we find pictures like that, is that going to surprise you? So if I'm in his Google Drive, if I have a sex crimes detective, a computer person look at his phone, and they tell me, hey Kevin, I found a picture engaged in sexual activity or borderline sexual activity.
My God, occasionally cops are assholes, right? Occasionally there's a horrific case of police brutality or corruption or, racist or whatever it is. Occasionally cops are fucking assholes. But for the most part, they really do a big job for all of us, don't they? I mean, just imagine some of the stuff these people that take that oath, that go into law enforcement, that become a cop, that become a homicide detective, a sexual assault detective, pedophilic cases. I mean, these guys are going to actually have to review this content, exposing themselves to the darker sides of the human, situation that most of us, thankfully, are not exposed to. It's really taking one for the team, But there's a lot of noble professions. Paramedics are very good as well. Firefighting, very good as well. It's just, these guys are normal guys with the normal pleasures and struggles that all of us deal with, but they have this extra thing of having to review the video footage of this fucking guy, whatever's on those tapes. I don't want to know, but these guys have to know. That's part of their job. Gotta respect that.
Is that going to surprise you?
Yes, because that doesn't exist.
Okay. At any time during the course of your relationship, has he expressed that he has ever had sex with a child?
No. Not a child, but when he told me when he was in high school, he graduated high school later, older than 18.
Okay.
He dated somebody younger than 18. I think she was 15. But I don't know how old he was, 19, 20. But he was an older kid in high school. He graduated late. But he had a really young girlfriend. Her name was Kendall. And I thought that was weird. I was like, that's a little too young. He goes, no, it's fine. We were in high school. Everything was normal. Her parents loved me. Blah, 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 blah.
What? Oh my God. I gotta hear that again. Sorry, I was just trying to catch up on the comments. I missed that.
Later.
What is this?
Picture. So if I'm in his Google Drive, if I have a sex crimes detective, a computer person look at his phone, and they tell me, hey Kevin, I found a picture engaged in sexual activity or borderline sexual activity. Is that going to surprise you?
Yes, because that doesn't exist.
Okay. At any time.
Are you sure about that? It doesn't exist? What a strange answer. Very unnatural answer. Imagine that. Any mothers out there? Imagine a detective is saying to you, if I told you that the detectives told me that they went to the Google Drive and they found pictures of your daughter engaged in a sexual activity, would that surprise you? Yes, because that doesn't exist. Would anyone ever say that in any variant of that question? The answer to that is no. Yes, because that doesn't exist.
Time during the course of your relationship has he expressed that he has ever had sex with a child?
No. Not a child, but when he told me when he was in high school, he graduated high school like later, like older than 18.
Okay.
He dated somebody younger than 18. I think she was 15.
Okay, so...
But I don't know how old he was, 19, 20. But he was an older kid in high school.
Okay, 19, 20? That's too much. That's... You know, there is this kind of strange area, I guess, isn't it? As you're growing up, when, you know, if you're 17 and your girlfriend is just about to turn 15 but is still 14, like, it's weird. It's like, is this legal? But yeah, 20 and 15 is wrong. That shouldn't happen.
High school. He graduated late. But he had a really young girlfriend. Her name was Kendall. And I thought that was weird. I was like, that's a little too young. He goes, no, it's fine. We were in high school. Everything was normal. Her parents loved me. Blah, 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 blah. But that's the only one.
Have you ever gone through his phone? Okay. If you had, knowing Stephan, knowing where he lives, knowing where he...
Yeah, I love Detective Kevin Michelle. I think he's fantastic. You know, kind of understated, not big flashy tactics, but the stuff that he has done, the phrasing of the questions that he's been putting, real good. Kind of unobvious, but when you break it down, some great chess moves here. Solid performance.
Goes, how he conducts his life. Give me your top 5. Because I know you've had to have thought about it. If you haven't thought about it, that's another weird thing I got. Since Monday, right? We told you on Wednesday that we think he did it.
Eminence front. What does that mean? I only know that in the, you know, it's the name of a song by The Who. What does that mean, eminence front?
So from Wednesday till today, it's about 48 hours. Give me your top 5 places you think are possibilities based on knowing him, based on knowing his path of travel. Where do you think? It doesn't have to be based on evidence, just in your gut. Give me your top 5 places where you think he...
In this area...
Doesn't have to be this area.
No, I know.
Anywhere you want.
I'm saying, in this area, I have no idea. Orlando, Kissimmee, no idea where he could have taken her. But his trip to Northport is weird as fuck. I feel like in Northport, he knows more people. He has more friends. There could be a place, and somewhere there he could have stashed her. You guys said he went into a storage unit. That would be another place to look. But there's plenty of woods around his house. Around that exit is kind of secluded. Like,
when you say his house, you mean his parents' house?
His parents' house, yeah.
You've been there? Have you seen the property?
Yeah, I've been there before.
Do they have land? Or is it in like a neighborhood?
So,
Nola Vine. Hey, sorry, you didn't get a notification? I did add the stream pretty late. Well, it was about 45 minutes before we went live. But I woke up late, you know. It's 5:30 a.m. Come on. No, I got to get on that. I got to get on those early notifications. I think it's going to help the channel massively, and just fucking commit True Crime Metrix. You know, we're getting better day by day. Welcome, Nola Vine. Welcome.
it's not a neighborhood because they don't have HOA. You just buy the plot of land and build it. They don't have many neighbors.
Okay.
Or last I saw, I think there was a neighbor building right next door, but I don't know if they're done yet. I just feel like he had more. There would have been more spots in Northport for her to be dumped. Because from what you guys have told me, he went to St. Cloud, he went to 192. Could you guys tell where he turned on on any of these roads? It's just that he was on the main road? I didn't think he ever even knew where St. Cloud was, because we've never driven down that way ever.
No, you live in Kissimmee, right?
Yeah, I know, but to me, he's never had a reason to ever drive down to St. Cloud. Ever. There's no store or anything he goes to down there. Everything is in Kissimmee or Orlando by the mall.
I think I'm going to add a new goal to the channel, guys. People keep talking about this Stearns interview, right? The Stearns case. I think it's coming up. Or is it split into two sections? They're going to do part of the case, and then there's a part of the case coming later. Let's add a new goal on the channel for next week. I think we've got Deb Heard coming this weekend. We got 5 out of 10. That's enough. That's enough to speak. The mind of the public. My public. The Metrix public. Just give me a second here. How do we add this goal to our channel? We're going to end that goal. Oh, no. Remove goal. And now, God damn it. Yeah. I can't end the goal. Okay, clicking this, and then click this. Remove goal. Remove this goal, yes. And now add a new goal. What is the full name, Spacey Dove? Stearns. Well, we'll just say Stearns. Next week on True Crime Metrix, deep dive into the Stearns case, which I also don't know. But I think I'll acquaint myself a little better, because this is our first blind watch on True Crime Metrix. I've never seen this interview. I don't know anything about the case. I've been learning as we go, and all of you guys know a lot more about it than me. I should be listening to you. But yeah, for the Stearns case, I will commit and acquaint myself if we can reach our goal, our fabulous True Crime Metrix goal. Start goal. Okay, there you go. Have at it, folks.
Florida Mall?
Yeah.
LA Mall?
Yeah, Florida. I sent the last detective 3 spots. I could have recalled him telling me he wanted to visit. Monday, when he left the house in the afternoon and got the flat tire, he had mentioned a few of those shops, so I sent them over to you guys. But there's honestly nowhere I can think of. We've never gone to the only wooded area that.
Yeah, Victoria Girl says, my parents would have beat the hell out of me if I brought home any guy at 15, let alone a grown-ass 20-year-old adult. Now I'm reminded of Ezra McCandless, who's, you know, her mother was only 14 when she gave birth to Ezra, right? Very young. And then her stepfather was the same age as her mother, so both of her functional parents are just 14 years older than Ezra. And then Ezra got with Jason Mengel, right, who was almost the same age as Ezra's adopted dad. And although that she was 20 at the time, and he was like 33, something like that, ish, don't quote me. That's, to me, that although it's completely legal, it's still like, nah, this is too much. This is too much. You know, it's just like, I think it says something about, you know, people's intentions within the relationship. It might be unhealthy from both sides. Ezra might have been looking for a kind of father figure, unhealthy, and Jason might have been looking for a student, unhealthy. You know, there's a time and a place, but that wasn't it, and this is definitely not it.
We've ever gone together would be Shingle Creek Regional Park, where the Pioneer Village is.
Okay.
That whole trail there, we had scooters, and he had like a electric skateboard kind of thing. We would all cruise. We would all cruise the creek, explore. We've taken a canoe up that creek before. Then the Kissimmee Trail. There's a trail that runs right behind my house that starts right behind my house and goes all the way to that bridge on John Young Parkway that says Kissimmee on it. That whole trail, we've done that as well. That's the only places I could think that like he may have gone, because that's where I know I've gone with him before. But anywhere else, I have no idea.
So our ERT team, it's called Emergency Response Team. It's just a group of people who search areas. It doesn't have to be wooded, can be wooded, can be swampy. They've been out for 3 days. They're going to be out all weekend. They will eventually, whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's in 2026, okay? I don't think you want that to take too long. Right? I'm sure you'd like to have a funeral. I'm sure you'd like to have some kind of memorial service.
I'm sure you'd like to have a funeral. I'm sure you'd like to have some kind of memorial service. No response.
The last thing you want is for us to call you in a year and say, hey, we found remains. We don't know. Okay? That may not be something you thought about till just now, but I can tell you, being someone who investigates homicide, That is something that everybody has to come think about eventually. If you can think of anything that would assist us in making that happen for you today versus 2 years from now, regardless of why you know or how you know, we need it.
No, I know. If I knew anything, I would tell you right now. I promise. I want her back so bad.
I really like how the detective gave space to that, you know. So again, it's like the silent close, you know. Put the pen on the table and wait. Shut up and close. Good move, detective. Love this detective. Detective Kevin.
Now, regardless of why you know or how you know, we need it.
No, I know. If I knew anything, I would tell you right now. I promise. I want her back so bad.
Even his posture, you know, he's paused with his silence, but he's also paused with his movement. The arm up in the air really, you know, hits that home when he's just, you know, if your arms are in your lap or in a resting position and they're not moving, that's just being still. But when your arm's up in the air like that, it really shows the physical pause as well as the silence, and they go hand in hand. Beautiful tactic. Beautiful tactic. Everyone remember this tactic. This is the business, man.
You know or how you know, we need it.
No, I know. If I knew anything, I would tell you right now. I promise. I want her back so bad. I don't want to think about planning a funeral.
That went on for quite a few seconds. I would have liked it to have gone on more, to be honest. But it was very good anyway. I'm just sorry that clock isn't loudly ticking. I love that in an interrogation when the clock is just tick, 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 tick. Chris Watts.
What has your communication been like with his father since this?
I've limited contact over the last 2 days because I know too much and I don't want to tell them anything.
You don't want to tell them what we've told you, or you don't want to tell them what you know?
No, I don't want to tell them what you guys have told me. I don't want to share any. It's so difficult because I've known them for just as long as I've known Stephan. They feel like absolute shit right now. I know that they kind of got into a fight because Chris started, are you sure we know our son? Are you sure we know our son? I don't think we know him at all. The mom was defending him, but now with everything, with the evidence on the phone coming out, they know. They know he's a piece of shit.
We've talked to his dad, and his dad knows as much as you know. He knows his son's a rapist. He knows his son's a murderer. He's talked to us. He's been very open with wanting to help in any way he can. Whether that's technological, whether that's verbal.
Yeah, he even had, I was with him when he turned in his knife to you guys. He remembered he had a knife on him and gave it to you guys. I thought that was...
Have you talked to Chris about Stephan needing a lawyer?
Yeah.
When?
I think when you guys showed me the photos.
So we showed you photos of Stephan raping And the first thought you had was to ask his father if you should get a lawyer?
No. I saw a picture. I didn't see the rape. I didn't know she was getting raped until yesterday. I saw the picture of the oral sex happening.
Oh my god.
And I knew that was true, right? That's evidence. That's for real. That's fucking happening. But I kept thinking, they're going... I don't know why I can't tell you why my brain kept thinking, no, he didn't kill her. Not that he didn't kill her, but she's still missing. She's still out there. She was taken. Yes, he's done this to her, and that's not okay. But I swore she was still... I felt in my body she was still alive. She was still out there. I told Chris to get him a lawyer because I felt like you guys were chasing the wrong person. But you weren't. You're not.
We showed you a picture. The picture you saw, she was giving a blowjob to a grown-ass man who's...
Oh my god.
And you told his dad to get him a lawyer.
We showed you a picture... we showed you a picture of your daughter giving a blowjob to a grown-ass man, and you told him to get a lawyer. Yeah. What can you say about that? I don't know.
Missing, right? Now you... But then you just thought she was missing. And we were showing you our investigative lead being raped. A blowjob is rape. Consensual. Whether she wants to do it or not, that is not consensual. And you prioritized him again. You prioritized him by offering him or telling his dad to get him a lawyer. Not, what the fuck did he do? Not, hey, we need to figure out what happened. No, let's protect Stephan.
I was in shock.
No, that's not shock. That is your natural instinct to protect Stephan. Okay? And if that's naturally how you react, that's fine.
Yeah. Shut that shock line down immediately, Detective Kevin. That's not shock. That's your natural instinct to protect Kevin. That's where your loyalty lies. Why? Because you were in on the abuse. You knew about it. That's why you weren't shocked, right?
But that goes into what I've been telling you this whole conversation is I don't believe a lot of the things you're saying, and I don't believe a lot of the things you say you weren't aware of. And that is because you've now shown me twice that your first reaction, no matter what you were told or shown, missing and we're seizing the cell phone, or we're showing you pictures of her giving him a blowjob, your first reaction is to protect Stephan. So now, ordered by Stephan, you're aware of this, you were shown pictures of this, you were shown pictures of her body in his car with a seatbelt on, right? We have played it out for you. Now you're in a stage where he's in jail, you know she's passed away, and now you can feel emotion, right? Until that point, when you were shown that she was deceased, your continued first reaction is to protect this guy. You just said, I only saw a picture of him, whatever your verbiage was, I say blowjob, of his penis in her mouth, and your first reaction was, fuck. Oh my, victimized? No. She's being abused? No. It's Stephan needs a lawyer. Who the fuck cares if we think he killed her? He's...
I don't know why I said that.
But that's the problem. You don't know why. So the reaction in your mind is you are continuously protecting this guy. So why do I sit here and believe that you don't? Because right now, you know Stephan killed her. You know Stephan's been raping her. You know without her body, can he be charged with murder?
I don't know.
Exactly. So you don't know what we can do. Do I think we can charge him with murder? It's not up to me. Should he be charged with murder? Yes.
Please.
Does your role in her life lead this to happen? I'll be honest.
Okay, we've got a brand new goal. I've never heard of this one either, Victoria Girl. But Victoria Girl says that she's dying for Metrix to cover the interrogation of James Hansey. Okay, never heard of that one. Let's set up a goal for that for next week. How do we do that? Let's go to the goals. Go to the goals. We're going to end this goal. End this useless goal. Remove goal. New goal. Deep dive. James Hansey. Got to review that. If we hit our goal.
Yes.
I know.
Since she was a child, since her victimization started, it occurred under your roof and you acted like it didn't exist. And knowing the victimization, knowing how ongoing it is, knowing that you saw a picture of it, not just us telling you, not me and him saying, hey, listen, he's being... I think they had a bad relationship. They showed you a fucking picture of it. And you still protected him. So how am I supposed to not think that the thought process in your mind is until she's found, Stephan can't be charged with murder? Because we both now know that you don't want him to be charged with murder because you want him to have a lawyer.
No, I don't. That
Part
was
of the blowjob.
That was
oh,
then.
He can't be charged with murder.
That was then. Everything that you guys have shown me since then and have showed me that he's
so
the
we had to
lying
show
this
you a
whole
picture
time?
of her dead in a car for you to finally not take his side? Enough? Do you not see where I'm coming from? Like, I'm not trying to be a dick here.
No,
but it makes absolutely no sense that you were is Stephan.
I don't know. Is it
Where does your mind go? Stephan. There should have been no doubt in your mind when they showed you that picture of what he was doing to you that you had any care in the world other than I want that mother.
Oh, I think I've just remembered who James Hansey is. It's the police chief, right? The big fat guy. Another potato with arms and legs and a head. Is that who I'm thinking of? Victoria Girl? I don't remember the details of the case, but I do seem to remember that he's a chief, a police chief.
Motherfucker to die. Whether you believe in the death penalty or not, he protected him. So now we're talking about her disappearance and where her body is. Why do I believe that you're still not protecting him? Because you say so? Because you can't explain why you protect him. You can't explain what is inside of you that makes you protect Stephan. And you may never be able to explain it. But eventually we're going to have to figure it out because you haven't convinced me that you're still not protecting Stephan. I got all these people out here searching. I haven't seen my own kid in days because I'm looking. I truthfully believe that I can't go home and see my kid is because you're protecting. I can't go your people sitting in the woods just waiting for me to tell them where to go, but I can't because I think you're in trouble.
I don't care about him. I want him to go to jail. I want the worst thing possible to happen to him in jail. I know what happens to predators in jail. Like, I'm ready for that. Like, please. Ooh. I don't...
That's deep. I want him to go to jail. I want the worst thing possible to happen to him in jail. I know what happens to predators in jail. Yeah, well, they got a welcome mat laid out right for you, Mrs. Potato. Mrs. Siesta Potato.
Give a fuck about him. I'm not protecting him.
But you knew he was a predator when you got shown the picture. And then you text his dad that he needs a lawyer and you hope that he invoked, was the words I was told.
What?
You hope that he didn't talk to us. He needs a lawyer.
No.
All over a picture. You didn't care. You didn't care then. Oh, whether sex isn't important to you. Important to you? That wasn't anything close.
I knew what I saw was
He was
terrible.
a predator right then and there. That's the day you found out he was a predator.
Yeah.
Yes. And after you found out he was a predator, did you not say he needed a lawyer?
I did.
So why today, Friday at almost 3 o'clock, 5 days into the disappearance, 2 days since you probably found out, or 1 day since you found out she was murdered, do I believe you that you're not telling me where he went? Or that he didn't disclose to you where she was, or what caused this to happen is, listen, I know you know I've been doing whatever, or listen, this fucking happened. How do I believe that that didn't happen when Everything you've shown me is protect Stephan.
Oh, Michelle, what point did I miss? I'm sorry. I'm catching up with the chat comments here. There's a bunch of chat comments tonight, guys, so I'm a little bit behind. Did we miss an important point? Well, all of this is getting important now. Detective Kevin's laying it on thick.
Now, once if you show priority in this conversation, in this investigation, you're coming here looking for her, you reported her missing. Trouble for not doing that. But outside of you reporting her missing, and I may be wrong, I haven't been involved in all aspects of it, but you have not...
Okay. Okay, so, Michelle, how many minutes should I go back from now? I must have missed a crucial point. Michelle, give us a comment. I'm watching the latest comment, so... We're at 1 hour 49. What time code should we go back to this crucial point? Sorry, guys. I must have missed it. I'm distracted. Oh, don't do it now. Hey, Michelle, you want to take over? Step into the Metrix studio, Michelle.
Not shown me one bit that you prioritize her over him. And that sucks. Not because we're working our asses off for your family, not because we have people out there sweating their asses off for your family, but because I feel like all I care about is your care is to make sure Stephan doesn't get help.
Yeah, right. Spacey Dove that says that the Grizzly True Crime has excellent coverage of this whole case. I'm sure that she does, because she has excellent coverage of everything. I'm almost trying to look for an inroad to maybe do some kind of collaboration with Gisela from True Crime, or Gisela. Is it a soft G or a hard G? It's Gisela, hard G. Yeah, no, I'd love to have a talk with Gisela about some of these cases. Maybe the Chandler Halderson case. I know that she's been covering that. It's one of our staple favourites here at True Crime Metrix. You know, we've been covering that since it happened. Well, that's not exactly true, but, you know, it is a good one to focus on. And I know that she's been covering that recently. Maybe we should have a conversation with Gisela. Maybe we should reach out to Gisela. What do people think? Do people want to see a True Crime Metrix and Grizzly collaboration? She's got a very polished channel. Anyone that doesn't know it, why am I promoting Grizzly True Crime? Surely that anyone that is here with me knows about her, because she's the business. Subscribe to her channel.
Fucking accountable.
Well, I don't care anymore.
Anymore? Because we're being assholes, because I'm not being nice.
No.
But up until Thursday, it was okay that she gave him a blowjob. No big deal. Get a lawyer.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't okay.
Yeah.
I was honestly, I
Get a blowjob lawyer.
saw that and I was in shock. And I don't know why my first reaction was to tell him to get a lawyer, but I saw that and I was in shock and I was just like, I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe.
Can you imagine the Google search term? Lawyer that specializes in underage blowjob cases.
It's easy to believe it now. We showed you pictures of it. You can't deny it anymore. The sex was okay. The murder's not. At least
Thanks so much for that super chat, Victoria.
that makes sense.
None of that's okay.
I want to know what it is. And not because I think you're a bad parent, not because I think you're a bad person. Dead or alive, she's missing. Her body is out there. Her body needs to be recovered so she can have a proper burial, a proper funeral. She needs to be laid to rest. Your family needs to be able to mourn her. And we need that information. That is life. That is not life of the law. That's not life of the sheriff's office. That is common decency. That is what she deserves. That is what you...
And thanks for those coffees, Raiden Shotgun. Fabulous 5 cups. Thank you very much, Raiden.
you deserve, that is what your family deserves. But the longer that happens, the longer it takes us to find her, the less likely that's going to be for you guys. And I'm sorry if I'm wrong. I truly am.
Norla Vine says, Grizzly and Metrix, yes. I don't know, I feel like I need to up my game a little bit to rise to the fantastic high standard that she's got on her channel, We're trying, day by day, little improvements. Little improvement here, little improvement there, and then maybe someday soon we will be worthy of collaborating with Grizzly True Crime and Gisela K. That would be fantastic. I started following her way back when the Gabby Petito, when everyone was still looking for her, right? She was covering that case, and it was fantastic coverage. Very committed coverage. And, I just found her channel really interesting. Then I took a break. I went away from following other people on YouTube True Crime and focused on my own thing. But now, slowly, I'm starting to go and see how people are doing. And she's done fantastically well. And her channel and her product, really. By that I mean her presentation. It's one of the best. It's one of the best on YouTube, I think. In terms of kind of watch along community commentary, like what I try to do in my own little small way at True Crime Metrix. She really is one of the Mac daddies of the YouTube follow along, watch along true crime commentary on YouTube. So yeah, let's raise our game, True Crime Metrix, and then we'll reach out to Gisela and please you all with a fantastic Metrix and Grizzly collaboration.
But deep down, you haven't showed me that I am.
I don't know what I need to show you.
Prioritize her over Stephan. Think of places he would have dumped her body. Think of places he went, things you talked about, things you've discussed, whether that's this week, last week. Don't put it in your mind that he's been victimizing you, or don't put in your mind that I'm being a dick. And what can I think about to find out where Stephan put
her? Yeah. Bringing it back to the question that matters, where did Stephan put her? That's the focus of the interrogation, right? Are the cops 100% sure that she's dead? No. Are they 99.999% sure? Yes. Because there's a pattern with offences. Human beings really, aren't that complicated. Even if you take a case like Wendy Adelson, Dan Markel, blah, 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 where there's so many situations that are all happening at once. The bottom line is very simple, isn't it? When you really get down to all of that convoluted confusion chaos, the CCC, the Triple C, the convoluted confusion chaos of the Adelson case and the Dan Markel matter, when you really get down to the basics, it's very simple. And that's why I like Georgia Kappelman, because she brings it home. The home girl brought it home.
You know more about where he goes, what he's doing, or what he would do than you want to realize. That's natural, not because I'm telling you, but because that's natural. I have best friends. I know more about them than I think I know about them. I just need to sit down and think about it. So I need you to sit down and think about it. Whether you need a minute, we're not in this room, whether you want to do it with us in this room, we need to leave here with an idea of where we can go. That is one thing we can agree on.
Pressure. We need to leave this room with an idea of where we can go. That's why we're talking to you. So put your fucking kitchen roll paper down, dry your fake tears, shut the fuck up. Where'd he put the body?
I've sent you the list of the stores that he
may have stopped at didn't stop at. The only...
Yeah, Toys R Us. He definitely loved to go to Toys R Us and window shop. There was the remote control vehicle center. So between Toys R Us and the RC vehicle center, somewhere in between there. Check the trash cans in between Toys R Us and the remote control vehicle center.
Outdoorsy places I can think of that we've ever gone to that he would know about would be Shingle Creek or Kissimmee Trail. I don't know if he knows where Lake Toho is, but that could be another option.
Because you think it's a wooded area? Because it's a place you guys have talked about together?
Because it's a wooded area with a lake, with gators, like...
Nola Vine says she doesn't know what to believe after seeing those pics. Yeah, I didn't know what to believe. No. I saw my 12-year-old daughter sucking my boyfriend's cock. Sorry to be so graphic, guys. But that, we're dealing with a graphic matter here. Suck it up. Believe me, no pun intended. Yeah, I didn't know what to think. That could mean anything. Yeah, no, he was bitten by a snake, and she had to perform an emergency procedure to remove the venom from his penis. I'm sorry, I know this is a serious matter, but, that's what gallows humor is. Sometimes I feel bad about making jokes or lewd comments about these serious, sad matters, but that's just the groove I've fallen into, so not trying to offend anyone. It's just what it is.
We haven't discussed anything. This topic, I never asked him if he directly. I never thought he could have. I always assumed the best in him. But I didn't ask him directly. I didn't even suspect that until you guys showed me that picture upstairs.
Right, sorry for the interruption, but I just want to respond to Christina, who says, take a look at how Gazella edits her videos before we all watch the trials together. You will be inspired. I am inspired. Her preparation is flawless. Yes, Christina, I absolutely agree. It is the standard that I aspire to at True Crime Metrix. And, I believe that, our situation here at the True Crime Metrix studio is about to be improved massively, thanks to one of our key supporters out there in the Metrix community. We will be finding a lot more time and resources to dedicate to the preparation. At the moment we just kind of grab a video. If there's a blank spot, we skip it, but it's all in a live scenario. But I would love to spend more time with the preparation before we come to you guys, before we all watch it together, because I think that's going to be a really good thing for the channel, a really good thing for the content. So yeah, I do keep an eye on Gazella, and no, your comment couldn't be more well received, Christina. Thank you for saying that.
We're here. I don't know. I'm just thinking of, if I name places, it's going to be wooded areas that I can think of, but he hasn't told me anything. Like, he has not told me, or we haven't discussed.
So him going to 192 that day, all you know is that he went to 192.
He said he wanted to visit House Card Rules. That was one of he named 3 stores, and that's one store I can remember him listing on that list.
House Card Rules?
Yeah, I don't have my phone.
We'll get your phone a little bit. House Card Rules. What kind of store is that?
I don't know if that's like a video game or card game or board top game store.
But that's on 192.
Close to one. I think close to 182 somewhere.
And he said he wanted to go to 3 stores.
Yeah. But he did tell me that I just don't remember which one.
Are there woods in that area? Are you familiar with 192?
No, not where these stores are. I have no idea.
Other than you came up with wooded areas that you know of.
Yeah.
You came up with wooded areas that you think he could double body in.
Because I've been there with him, yeah.
I need to know wooded areas.
Thank you for the comments, guys, but for the record, I really wouldn't be interested in quote-unquote charming grisly true crime or Gisela. That wouldn't be how I would play it at all, you know. I'm not a constant follower of hers, but what I do remember from Gisela's coverage of certain cases is that she, like me, seems to have lived through some of the situations that we like to discuss, and there's a commonality there that I sense without knowing too much of the ins and outs, but there's a commonality there that I sense, and that may not be so prevalent with other big players like STS or other players. I wouldn't want to quote unquote charm Gisela. That to me that just seems a little sinister. I would be interested in having an intellectual discussion as mutual counterparts. But we'll see. Maybe that'll happen. Personally, I feel like I need to bring up my game before I even approach Gisela.
Where he travels, right? You're saying we've been there so she could be there. So that tells me she's not there. It tells me it's a waste of a search. Because when I put 90 plus people there, that's all day, right? We got to coordinate that. We got to put them there. So we need fruitful searches.
Yeah.
So I need likely places that you think, and I need places you think based off of conversations with him, not because you can picture in your mind that there's trees there.
Okay.
Yeah. A wooded area isn't going to cut it, Jennifer, okay? Oh, yeah, I could tell you about a wooded area. Well,
There's no conversation I can think of where he's named interest in being anywhere near woods or it being along his way.
You said he got a flat tire. Tell me about the flat tire you got.
So he said he got a flat tire. I'm not sure when he got a flat tire, but he said he got a flat tire and then came directly home, and he got home around 2:40. So flat tire, he said he was driving down 192 and it just popped and shredded and fell apart. And he pulled over into a plaza and changed the tire for the first time in a very long time, and said he hurt himself doing it. The frame of the car, something came down on his finger.
All his lies, I don't care, but I want to know what you question him about. Why was he there? What was he doing? There's no way you're the most trusting woman in the world. You just don't ask clarifying questions. I know no relationship I've ever been in is that trusting. He just tells you he's gone at 3 in the morning getting a fucking Wawa, and you're like, whatever, bet. Same thing with this. It's like, oh, I got a flat tire, was here. Why is he at these places? Do you not question him? Why were you on 192? Why did you dip out at 3 in the morning with my car?
I didn't know he did that.
Because this is 2 times he went to 192. He went to 192 the day she disappeared, right? He's roaming, looking for her, south of where she went missing, because supposedly she went missing. And 192 is south of where that is.
And
not very likely that that's the route she went on foot or abducted, and that him driving around is somehow going to locate her.
And he did tell. I did question that. I was like, When I asked him where he's searching, he said 182. I said, why? That's nowhere
Hello, Pepper. Welcome back. Hot chili pepper.
where she would be. And he didn't give me a clear answer, and I don't know why I didn't push it. I just thought he was being stupid and oblivious, because I don't see him as the smartest man. Like, I don't. I let him do what he does.
I don't see him as the smartest man. Well, I'll give you that. I could have told you that when he fucking stole... What did he do? He stole his parents' emergency COVID fund to buy a remote control car. And then went window shopping at Toys R Us. Yeah, we're not dealing with someone who will be chairing any Mensa meetings anytime soon. That's for damn sure.
But I don't trust a lot of his... Is the word judgment? I'm not sure. But I just don't trust that he makes the smartest decisions sometimes. Like, he likes to act like the smartest man in the room, but I don't think he is.
Do what he does. Meaning?
I'm sorry?
You said, I let him do what he does.
Yeah, he acts like the smartest man in the room, but the next thing we hear is the of a remote control car, so, you know.
Yeah. If he wants to just get up and go to the store, I'll ask where you're going, but I won't stop him. Just let him go on his way. I'll let him do what he wants to do.
What do you think happened? Monday to now. You know she's deceased. We showed you pictures that she's deceased. We know that she was probably deceased Sunday into Monday. You didn't see her Monday morning.
I still don't want to believe she's deceased. I know you showed me pictures, but
for the purpose of this conversation, I need you to believe it because I need you to figure it out. I need you to tell me what you think happened to her.
I think he killed her that night.
How?
I don't know. Could it be possible that he drugged her? Could he have choked her? I just don't know how you kill someone and don't leave a mess or don't leave evidence, or... I mean, was there a mess? Was there evidence? I haven't gone upstairs. I don't know what...
You don't know how you kill someone and don't leave a mess? Well... Like, what a stupid thing to say. I mean, strangling just jumps straight out at me. Doesn't it? Smothering, strangling, drowning, you know. It doesn't have to be a gunshot or a stab wound. I don't know how you kill someone and don't leave a mess. Well, you know, there's a bunch of ways. What are you talking about?
What you guys... I barely went into the house today, so I don't know what...
I need to know what you think happened.
I think he killed her.
How? You mentioned drugged her, you mentioned other things. Explain your reasoning behind those assumptions and we'll move forward day by day.
So he had access to benzos and I think Lunesta.
What are those? I'm not familiar with that.
Benzodiazepines are anxiety medications which relax you and can make you sleepy.
Okay.
And Lunesta, I think, is a sleeping medication, like for insomnia. So I don't know if it's possible he gave her something and she was drugged. In those photos that you showed me where you're saying she's dead, maybe she was drugged. But if she is dead and it was done upstairs, I could just only imagine that he choked her. I don't know how else you would kill someone and not leave a mess.
How do you think he got her out?
I have no idea.
Yeah, she's definitely self-snitching, Michelle. Big shout out to Bruce Rivers at Criminal Lawyer Reacts. How's he doing? Does anyone know? I guess he's taking some downtime. Big love, Bruce. We're with you, man.
Yeah, because roommates come in and out of the house at any given point in the morning and we don't know their schedules. They can come in at any time. You guys showed me a picture, I think, of him or her in the car at 7:30 in the morning. My roommate left the house. She's the one who leaves the earliest. She left at 7:45. So like, what if he had waited a little longer? She would have caught him with like carrying a body out of the house. How did he do that without being caught or seen? That's what I don't understand, because, like, did you guys check and see if any of my neighbors have Ring cameras? Any? Nothing?
I don't know what data we've gotten from them, but at this point I need to know what you think happened to her. I don't need you to ask us what we found.
Okay.
What we found has happened. I need you to come up, in your words, in your mind, what do you think happened that night into Monday, because we do not know. We do not know if her murder occurred Sunday or Monday. All we know is that when you went to bed, they went to bed together, and she's no longer here. So I need to know what you think happened to her, how he got her out of the house, where he went, how he got her into the car, what is your thought on what happened.
I think she was killed Sunday night into Monday morning. I'm thinking he carried her out of the house. I don't know how he didn't get caught by any of my roommates or no one heard. You're saying he drove around all...
Nolavine asks what happened to Bruce Rivers. His son died. Content genius Matthew Rivers. Oh, no, sorry, Michael Rivers. Is it? I need to get that right. Yeah, Michael Rivers. Content genius suddenly died. So, you know, it's very, very sad for such a guy with a great show like Bruce Rivers to have that impact. We all feel it. We all feel it in the YouTube community, in the true crime community. And our thoughts are with you, Bruce. Genuinely.
all around town. I'm not sure where you could have gone.
Victoria Girl, I am curious. What do you have on your feet right now? Comfortable shoes? Something by Merrill.
And then him coming home and leaving, and coming home and leaving, what do you think? Knowing that he killed her.
That's suspicious as fuck.
It is suspicious as fuck, but if you're writing a book, what do you write? Let's say this is a fiction novel, right? You're now aware that he killed her, so now you can piece together a story of what happened, right? You don't know the story because you're not him, and you tell me he hasn't told you, so it's not real. So you're telling me what you think,
Yeah.
right? We know he killed her. We know he drove out of there Monday morning. We know he discarded her backpack in the trash dumpster. We know he discarded her laptop and one shoe, right? So all her property was discarded to look like she's gone. That way he doesn't have evidence with him. They leave. You've been told that they drove around Orange County, Osceola County, wherever it was. We've pieced that together throughout the week, all right? He's told you where, at least in his version of where he was and what he was doing, right? But then you have all these suspicious times of when he's left and come back and he's gone here and gone there. So what do you think he was doing on all these suspicious times? He's roaming 192. What do you think? Knowing what you know now we can play. You know she's dead. You know that we've given you information. What do you think, knowing what you know, he was doing on 192? He was doing here. He was doing here. He was doing in Northport. What do you think?
So him leaving early in the morning and driving around aimlessly.
Japanese sandals, huh? Well, I think Discord deserves a picture of those, you know. It's not a foot fetish thing, you know, we're just curious about the culture
somewhere. I feel like he stashed the body at that time. When he came back and then left again. But see, it's daytime. Like, how could you move a body or move something in daytime and not be seen? But like, I feel like he went back to check to make sure he did a good job, or to move the body again. I don't know. But him leaving the house multiple times without his cell phone is sketchy as fuck. It's so suspicious.
Which is an intentional act. It's not accidental, so that can play into what you think happened.
Yeah. Do you think phone being on the dresser?
It was intentional. Her cell records and her cell data from her cell phone show it is not common for her to leave her phone at home. It is common for her to go to school with her. No teenager leaves their phone at home. It's what they're attached to it.
She's left her phone home multiple times.
Her cell data shows that normally it goes with her, so that's intentional. You know it's intentional because he left his too.
Yeah.
Right? Whether it's an accident last Friday, this Monday, was not an accident.
Yeah.
So you think that he dumped her when he was driving around. You think that when he left, he went to check her body.
Possibly.
Okay.
Why would you go back out to 182 without your cell phone? Like,
I don't disagree. So he goes out to 192. We think he may have checked where he dropped her or dumped her. He comes home. He tells you you're just roaming around aimlessly. Right?
yeah.
So that's twice on 192 in one day, because he went to look at the house of cards bullshit or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then he went to do the roaming to look for her on this random highway that he never goes to.
Okay.
Okay? We go into the next day and the next day. Think of the suspicious things he's done. Tell me what you think he's doing.
Him grabbing my phone and trying to log into his emails, that seems kind of suspicious. What was he trying to see? What was he trying to do? The thing is when he had my cell phone, now that I think back to it, he had something wrapped around it, so the phone was under a blanket, and he was like this. I tried looking at the screen at one point, and I could see an email. But
And that was the cell phone we took from you today, or you gave us today.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Can you guys tell me if this is true? Because I recall a family member telling me something, like my sister. Was the last thing searched on it Amber Alert?
Her cell phone has Amber Alert searches in it, but I looked through her cell phone last night. I do believe that she may have been clicking on links for Amber Alerts that came through. I don't think she was actually searching them.
Okay.
They could have just been links she clicked on.
Okay. Because I wasn't sure if that was him Googling on her phone about Amber Alerts or if that was her.
That we will never know. He is not obviously cooperating.
Can you like, could you guys explain what happened yesterday?
Before that, I need you to continue going away.
Yeah. Where are we at?
Suspicious utilization of your phone.
Of the phone. Him disappearing multiple times.
I think I've just noticed that clock is not working. You can see the second hand at the bottom. I think it's been fucking 7 minutes to 3 for the last 2 hours. It's not fucking ticking at all. Okay? No good. Someone put a battery in that thing and make it tick.
Him disappearing to Northport. What the hell was he doing? That is suspicious. I mean, now that I know that that's where he went, that is suspicious as all fuck. Why did he go to a storage unit facility? What was he grabbing? What was he trying to dispose of? Or what was he trying to hide in the... That to me is suspicious.
Do you put more weight on that than 192?
192, no, because 192 would be... Something happened in Northport. There'd be no reason he would take...
Do you understand what I was asking with that phrase? Putting weight on it? Like, do you feel like it's more suspicious what he was doing in Northport versus 192?
Nice question. It's kind of open question and closed question at the same time, right? And you would have a sense. Just hearing this now for the first time, I'm more suspicious of what he was doing in Northport. Because Northport is a destination. It's a place. 192 is a fucking highway, I suppose. You know, so if you're on a highway, you're in transit, unless you're goddamn, what's her name? What's that girl's name? Out of Colorado? Ugh, what's her goddamn name? The kid's name was Gannon. And her name was... somebody hit me in the comments. What the hell was her name? It's just... I know it. But it's just escaped me completely. Who drove the body from fucking Colorado to Florida to dump it off a highway. Letitia Stouch, thanks you, Kerry. I knew it would be you, Kerry, coming in with the facts. I can always count on Kerry.
I don't know which one's... I don't know which one is more suspicious to me. They both... 192 seems to me like the easiest place he could have dumped her, or like figured out where to put her. Unless she was in my trunk the whole time and he went to Northport.
The trunk of your car?
Yeah.
Didn't you drive your car at some point? Did you guys sit in your car at some point?
I did. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I would have probably smelled something, but I didn't. So...
Yeah, unless she was in the trunk of my car. I would have probably smelled the body if it was in my car. This is your own daughter now?
I'm just trying to think, like, did he stash a body in Northport? No, I don't think so. He was probably hiding something or destroying something. So I guess one...
So, like, you know, her game here, clearly, is not to support the police in their expressed priority of locating the body. Right? That's their main thing. Right? Huge resources have been poured into this. They've got 200 law enforcement officers. We've got the FDLE, we've got the FBI, we've got Orange County Sheriff's Department, Kiss Me Police Department, other agencies. It is a huge thing. And, you know, once they find the body, they know for certain that someone doesn't need help, if you see what I mean. I mean, that sounds a bit bad, doesn't it? But, you know, it's like, until it's confirmed that she's deceased, there's that 1% chance that there's someone in trouble, right? You gotta get that resolved as soon as possible, and then you've got the further elements to discover concerning the criminal case against the perpetrator. So all of these things are important. The cops have got to find the body, basically, and little old Jenn Soto here just seems hell-bent on not supporting, helping, indicating the location or the locating of that body, of her daughter's body. Northport, could have been Northport, probably not Northport. He could have been stashing something in Northport, probably not the body though. The 192 or whatever the number was, you know. It's like, so what's in that for her is I guess is my question. Would she have any DNA on the body? You know? It seems that she's not in this to protect the guy anymore. I forget his name. So if she's doing anything, she's out to protect herself. So what about the body, the locating of the body, would harm her? Is my question. Why is she seemingly actively preventing law enforcement from locating that body, or doing the bare minimum to help?
92 would probably be the most important right now.
Hmm. 192 would probably be the most important right now. But I know, just from doing this sort of shit for a while and listening to these fuckers, that she is saying that as a red herring. She knows there's nothing on 192. Oh, I think 192 would be the most important thing right now. All that is a steering the cops in the wrong direction. If she had anything of substance, she'd be saying, listen, 192, there's a rest stop. And I know that he always stopped at that rest stop for this or that, you know. You know, she'd refer to something. She'd have something. She could say, here, 192. 192. Well, I know there's a lot of country roads that connect with the 192, and there's not many, you know, there's no residential, there's no nothing. I know that there's places on the 192 where if he was looking to bury a body, it could happen. You know, there'd be something extra than, well, I think 192 would be the best place to focus right now. All that is, hey, look over here where I know there's nothing. Don't go to Northport, right? Does anyone know? Was the body in Northport? Is that where they found the body?
Being in your trunk is oddly specific.
The only reason I say that is because from what you guys have told me, he went directly from the hotel to Northport. I don't think he made any stops anywhere in Kissimmee or anything first and then went to Northport.
All we know is what we can piece together through accessible cameras and data. So his movements, his driving pattern.
Green-fingered Carrie is upset about the plant. I agree, Carrie. You know, I bet those floor lamps, those bulbs don't work anymore. That phone's not connected. This room is a sham. You open up those blinds and it's just a brick wall. You know, there's not even a window.
Only 100% say what they are if they're on camera.
Okay.
So we can say he went to Northport because the car was in Northport. Where he stopped, where he went in between, that cannot be factual from us if we don't have a camera. It can just be an assumption, which is why I want your assumptions, because you know him, I don't.
Yeah. If I fell asleep at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, at the hotel, what was that, Monday night? Tuesday night?
One of them.
I'm just trying to think, like, could he have had time to stop somewhere, wherever he stashed her, and then took her to Northport? I think he had time.
Has he cleaned your car since it came back from Northport? Was he brought to a car wash?
Oh, so she was actually found on the 192. Okay. So what I just said was meaningless. Well, I'm not infallible. And that's okay.
Until it paid somebody to come out?
No.
Because you, through your, we call it a fiction novel, you pieced together what you think happened based on a suspicious activity, and you ended with, you think he put her in your trunk and brought her to Northport.
Yeah.
I know I asked you to make assumptions, but now I want to know why. Why is that how we finished this? What is in your mind leading you to believe that is the ending of the story?
Because 192 seems like a really busy strip, and I can't think of anywhere immediately, like, other than going deep into St. Cloud, like passing St. Cloud, like going into Holapa or Harmony, that I could see some stashing the body somewhere around there. But Northport has so many wooded areas, and I feel like he would be familiar with both areas. I just don't know him to ever drive down 182 super far down, like into St. Cloud. But I've known him to drive around all around Northport. But see, I don't want to say anything and like lead you guys down to Northport to do a search and nothing's there. I'm just
We're gonna go everywhere.
We're searching woods right now where she's not.
Okay. I just want to be like, I know you guys are like looking at me for the details, but I'm like, I don't want to send you on a wild goose chase.
You know him better than us. You gotta really think.
Yeah, Michelle is the Donna of this case, man. She's got all the facts. Good job, Michelle.
There's something I can think of.
Where do you take her?
I'm going blank. I have no idea.
I feel like you're becoming emotional right now. I feel like you want to tell us.
No, if I knew what to tell you, I would tell you. If I had the truth, I would tell you. I don't know anything.
Jennifer, where do you think you took her?
I'm amazed that she walked out of here without cuffs. I mean, maybe we need to look at the standard involved in arresting someone, because I would arrest her. And I don't even have training. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know. Let's hope she gets arrested soon.
If I were him and I had to stash a body, but I would never do this. My mind would say to go to Lake Toho. There's a lot of woods there. There's a lot of gators.
Cheerful thought, isn't it? Yeah, there's a lot of woods, a lot of gators. Woods and gators. Could be there. He could have stashed the body in the belly of a gator.
I don't want to think about though. No, I know. I just don't want to think about him getting eaten by gators.
Yeah, no problem, Michelle. We put it out to the public, and the public said, do this case. but I've been a very bad host, and I have known virtually nothing about this case, and I've never seen this before. I don't think we're going to do that again, to be honest. I need to be, like, familiar with stuff to do good comments, you know. It's coming in cold. We tried it. I don't think I'm going to do it again. I like really knowing the ins and outs of something that we're going to discuss here. But it's great to see all your comments, and it's great to have you guys to tell me about the case, you know. It's like, you know, it's usually... it's not the way it's supposed to work, is it? But I'm really appreciative of that fact, and especially you, Michelle. Good knowledge, good knowledge.
I don't know where she is, guys.
Like I told you, there's going to come to a point where we will. Like, Volusia County Sheriff's Office just found somebody the other day that's been missing for a long time. People get found. Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's not quick. I hope in this situation it's today, tomorrow, Sunday. But we will find her. What you need to think about is when we find her, is there an opportunity or a chance that we are going to prove that you did not assist us to your full capability in this investigation? And if that is true, you need to think about the consequences of that. Consequences of hindering a murder investigation or a capital sexual battery investigation could be punishable up to probably the same charges, the same time in jail. I know you know that I don't believe what you're saying, and I know you know that I think you prioritize Stephan, but you prioritize jail. You see what I'm saying? Like, if we come back and prove that you sat in this room and misled us,
No.
that you didn't lead us in the right direction, or that you assisted, or you acknowledged, or you knew, you're going to be warning from jail.
Little bit of the old Reed technique. Fear up. Fear up. Let's put that fear up. How do you feel about jail? You want to prioritize, Stephan? How do you prioritize sitting in jail for the rest of your life? You prioritize that? Not the strongest delivery. But, you know, en masse, I think Detective Kevin's done a fantastic job. I was hoping that we'd see a little more from Mr. Note-Taker in the corner, in the bottom corner here. He's been pretty quiet. But that's okay. Sometimes that happens. Gotta go with the lead.
If I knew anything, I swear I would tell you.
Oh, sorry for the interruptions, guys. Albert asks, Metrix, will you be covering Karen Reed's retrial? Well, you know, again, I steered clear of that completely. The whole Karen Reed thing, the major division that happened within that case, I just stepped the fuck out of that. And I'm not a big fan of Massachusetts legal proceedings, to be honest. Not a huge fan. We do want to take a trip up there soon to do the Phil Markoff Craigslist killer interrogation backstory. And was there a trial? He killed himself in jail, didn't he? But I can't remember if there was a trial or not. I'm not sure. Yeah, we do want to take a trip up to Massachusetts. But with the Karen Reed thing, no, I was thinking of, you know, covering not just the retrial, but the previous trial. And just trying to do an exploration of Karen Reed case where I'm not throwing my hat in either corner. You know, I mean, let's just try and go through it without committing, you know. But I think that it's kind of like a huge job, you know. there's a lot more low-hanging fruit that we've got to get through. So it's kind of been on the back burner. But the retrial, when is it happening? Does anyone know? Karen Reed, retrial? Yeah, maybe we're going to be entering into that world soon. Perhaps.
He hasn't mentioned. We haven't discussed this. I had no suspicion of anything. He did not tell me any more details of where he went that day other than those traps that I had mentioned. I'm giving you my truth.
My truth. I'm giving you my truth.
On any of the days,
we're going to hear Amber Heard talk about her, quote-unquote, my truth. This weekend, folks. Come back and check out Depp Heard, true crime Metrix style. How do you think we should handle that? You know, as I remember it, Johnny was on the fucking stand for at least 2 or 3 whole days, wasn't he? I mean, you see, this is where we need to take a tip from Gazilla K and you know, do a bit of prep. How are we going to handle Depp Heard? It's very lengthy testimonies from both of them. And, you know, all of it's good. I mean, should we just do the whole fucking thing? I don't think we could do that in one weekend. Maybe there's a good clip show or of the best bits or something that we could cover on from YouTube. If anyone's got any ideas about how we should approach Depp Heard, hit us up on Discord. Link in the description. Fantastic community, sharing ideas, sharing crime ideas, or, you know, there's a bunch of other stuff. People love to share their recipes, which I, for one, think is fantastic. I love looking at all those pictures. Some people get, oh, this is not a cooking program. Well, you know, maybe it should be. We're releasing the True Crime Metrix cookbook this year. It's going to be in your supermarkets by December 2025, filling the stockings of people worldwide. You know, it's going to be fantastic. Soon, we're going to be... Actually, this Sunday, True Crime Metrix is cooking a dinner for 12. Not bad, huh? 12 people. That doesn't happen very often. But yeah, True Crime Metrix can cook. And, you know, when you buy the book, you'll be able to cook as well.
that he came home after these suspicious outings, 192 trips, Northport.
If anyone doesn't know, it's not just a cookbook, okay? It's a specific crime case related cookbook. I just notice all the time, you know, it started with the Adelson case, where there's a bunch of dishes and recipes and, you know, stuff mentioned. You've got the paella, you've got the sushi, you've got the pizza, you've got the skyline chili, you've got the Maine lobster, you've got sashimi. There's a bunch of stuff mentioned in the Adelson case alone, and I believe that could be a cookbook in and of itself. But, you know, then I started with that in mind, as I follow other cases, you know, the Ezra McCandless case. We had the blueberry muffins in Racy Delane's coffee shop for $4 a piece. We had her special request to the jail staff where she wanted pancakes served in the mess hall, you know. And now, anytime I go into a case and analyze an interrogation, a testimony, whatever it is, my ears are up for any mention of, like, a dish. And I just think it'd be really cool to have a cookbook where you could have the dish and the recipe, but also the backstory of the crime that it came from. Doesn't that sound like a great thematic cookbook. I think it's going to be a bestseller.
Trips and everything else. Did he change clothes? Did he come home and appear disheveled, sweaty, dirty?
I don't believe he showered. He didn't bring that many changes of clothes with him, so I know he's repeated his outfit over and over.
Udi says, I strongly suggest not to cover Karen Reed. I've met quite a few people have said that to me. Like, don't even go there. It's a minefield, and there's people talking shit. One thing I really love about the true crime Metrix community, and I'm not the only one, is how drama fucking free it is. Discord, drama free. YouTube comments, drama free. You know, occasionally we get the person popping up in the on-demand comments going, oh, I tried to listen, but you talk too much, you interrupt too much, and maybe I do. But, you know, that's what a commentary show is. Sorry, I can't please everybody. And I always put the link to the original video in the description for the video. So, you know, you can listen to it without comments if that's what you want. Or you could just watch someone else.
It's possible he could have come home all sweaty and disheveled after the supposed changing the tire thing, but I wasn't home to see that. But other than that, I didn't see him come home dirty or sweaty or anything like that.
Did he do anything he normally doesn't do within the house around you?
Yeah, look, everybody in chat. How many people have we got in chat right now? We need some more support for the James Hansey police chief case. You know, it was Victoria's idea, but we don't expect poor old Victoria in her Japanese sandals to support it all on her own. We've got 47 in chat, another 9 super chats. You know, I'll probably do it anyway because I like Victoria, and if she has an idea, I'm all ears. But you know, it's great. It's a great way to know that it's wanted in the community. How can you show it's wanted? Well, you can support us with the super chat goal at the top of the chat. Oh, I'm tired.
No. He was acting very normal, sitting on the computer chair, chatting away with me, talking about updating his phone.
Yes, shrimpless scampi. Ah, Capella.
Did he carry tools in his car to change the tire, typically?
I think he said there was a tire iron in the car and the jack.
Did he bring it inside? Did he leave it in the car? After?
I think he left everything was in the car.
Did you ever go look at his car? To verify that he changed his tire?
I don't think I did.
Never dawned on you to go double check. Except by the time he would have got back from the tire, you were gone, right?
Yeah.
What he told us?
Yeah.
And then she was reported missing.
Yeah.
during that time?
Yeah.
It never dawned on you to be like, damn, did he really change his tire? Let me double check.
No. We got home really late that evening, and I didn't even think of doing that.
This is part of our problem. You did so many things and you never questioned it.
Okay. I do not like... I don't want to criticize these guys, but I do not like that note-taking detective in the bottom corner is, shaking, wagging his foot like he is at super speed. For me, that's a big no-no. If you're sitting in his position as essentially an interrogator, that flickering energy of the foot moving around, I don't like that at all. Just watch a few more seconds of that. I'll go back 10 seconds. It's no good. That has no place for me.
She was reported missing.
Yeah.
During that time.
Yeah.
And it never dawned on you to be like, damn, did he really change his tire? Let me double check.
No. We got home really late that evening, and I didn't even think of doing that.
This is part of our problem. You did so many things and you never questioned it.
I didn't suspect him.
How can we believe some of the stuff?
I guess I'm trying to think why I don't like it. And I guess the reason that I don't like it is that I think it's a distraction of focus. It's putting her attention away from his eyes, from his general posture, which those things should be used to increase pressure, hold attention. If you're wagging your foot over there like a fucking Piggly Wiggly gone mad, that's it's misdirective. I really, really don't like that. And I think his boss should say, listen, buddy, the foot wagging thing, don't do that again. That's no good. And feet on the floor. I know Detective Kevin's got his leg up as well, but at least he's got the table to rest on. And Detective Kevin's earned his stripes in this interview, as far as I'm concerned. Note-taking man over here with the waggly foot. You've got some catching up to do. And put your fucking foot down.
That you're telling us or believe that you don't know.
I don't know how to say it. I mean, I guess I'm stupid and gullible and very trustworthy, but I didn't think she'd be the type.
Oh, good idea, Carrie. You see, that is, I knew you'd be wonderful as a moderator, because you come up with these great ideas, don't you, Carrie? Cases of interest. I'm going to put Karen Reed in here just for a laugh. I don't think anyone wants that. A lot of people say to me, don't do Karen Reed. It's divisive. It's annoying. Okay. Right. How can I word this question? What case would you most like to see here? All right. So, what are we doing? I don't know if enough people know James Hansey to vote. We need some big ones. Carrie or anyone else. Put some good cases for the vote. Let's try and get 4 cases for the poll vote. Let's do... I gotta do Michael Dunn. I just love Michael Dunn. Well, no, I'm already gonna do that. I don't need anyone voting for that. Right. Let's let the chat run. Carrie or anyone else, list some cases that we should vote for. Let's try and get 4 good cases with interrogation, with trial, with body cam, whatever we've got. What should we do? What should we do on this vote? Let's have a vote for the vote, and then we'll vote on what we vote for.
To do anything like this, I didn't doubt.
But you knew he was vindictive. You described him as not trustworthy with his family. You described instances where you document where he was lying to his family, lying to you, lying to others.
Lying to his family, yes, but lying to me.
You discussed that he wasn't that good of a person. You had to remove.
You're always useful, Karen.
It wasn't this family. You're not describing him in a positive light at all. So this trust, this caring, all this stuff makes no sense because you.
Janet. Okay, good.
Regardless of the victimization.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Todd Cole, Cool Whip. I always think of Stewie Griffin. Cool Whip. Todd Colehep. Cool Whip. Okay, let's add that to the poll. And Jennifer Doulos. Yeah, what happened with that? Did that ever... Is that pending, or did that get done? God damn it, where's my poll gone? Todd Cool. What is the spelling of that? Hep. Jennifer Doulos. And what else we got? Nicholas Rossi. Courtney Clenny, we've already begun. And we'll... Oh, yeah, Sabrina Limone. Got to do that one for our good friend Monica. Sabrina Limone. One more and we should be good. Michael Dunn is a done deal. Norlevine, I'm doing that, but I'm going to do a real big job on that, a production job. I've got plans. What about Apple River? I'm going to put Apple River. That's one that we've been meaning to get to. Right, start poll. This is going to be interesting, guys. Please, everybody in chat, vote on this poll because, really want your opinions. Oh, no. What? Yeah, okay. There you go. There's a poll. Back to the show.
Describe him as a good person. He's stealing from his parents. Right?
But he never stole from me.
You guys have no money, but all he's doing is ordering things. Right? He's buying himself things. He's not...
Yeah, there you go. If you support our poll, if you support what we do, show us your support on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. Hot chocolate, hot coffee, cold. Love those coffees. Love you all. Do please support the channel.
You described him as a selfish thief. You even called it a robbery, that he robbed his parents.
Selfish thief. A selfish rapist thief. A selfish pedophile, rapist, thief.
So you're trusting this dude who you're describing as untrustworthy.
But I thought he was...
Yeah, I thought he changed the tire.
What happened to her? Where did you... What's that? I can't fathom that. I can't wrap my head around that.
I think I only asked him if he took her to school. When I called him and told him to come to the office, I asked him, you dropped her off at school, right? Because she never made it. And he said, yeah. And I was like, she never made it. Where did you drop her off?
You guys sat in your car Tuesday night when I was out there. I was out there at least 4 hours. Just you two in that car.
Yeah.
You can't tell me you guys did not have any conversations about this. There's no way. A reasonable person would have been questioning him. You were the last person with her. What the hell happened this morning? You never did that in that car.
No, I didn't. I remember being on my phone. He was on my phone for a little bit. I know I was medicated. And I was just zoning out. I wasn't thinking anything of anything.
Yeah, got that.
I never asked him. Just asking him that one time to me was, if he took her to school, that was enough answer for me. I don't know, I just wanted to think, not think the worst, I guess. I don't know. But I just didn't think he did anything. Now I know. But then I didn't. I was still believing everything he was telling me.
Juvenile robbery suspects utilize the excuse of, I was high on bars, I took Xanax, I was blacked out. Right? Every juvenile robbery suspect you interview, I was, in your words, medicated, in their words, high, incapacitated, drunk. It's an excuse to avoid admitting what happened. When you say you're medicated, I can't think of an amount of medication that will numb you so bad to numb the fact that the investigation is occurring right in front of your face for your missing. So being medicated is just an excuse to avoid answering why you didn't discuss with him what happened.
I love how real that cop plays it down there, Detective Kevin. Being medicated is just an excuse. I can't think of any fucking medication. Hell, I could give you a sedative that was meant to bring down a fucking white rhino in the savannah. Yeah, I could shoot you with a tranquilizer gun and it would still not be enough for you to not react to your daughter being whatever the hell, you know. Good point. I was medicated. I was medicated. I took a pill. I took one benzo. I took a benzo and then I was medicated. Weak ass excuse. And Detective Kevin just charges straight in there and says bullshit.
Minimizes your guys' interaction by saying you were not fully coherent. But there's a person I know who can sit in a car and watch a bunch of detectives and crime scene investigators and everybody else search her house, seize her house, and be so numb that somehow is not ringing bells, is not overcoming the power of this little medication.
Yes, a name here. I see what you did there. Courtney Clenny on the channel, on our channel page. You just go to True Crime Metrix channel page, and Courtney Clenny, I think it was about maybe four or five videos ago, so fairly recent, this year. And man, it's frightening. You know, it's frightening, the antics that she got up to, leading up to the death of Christian, her boyfriend. Terrible, but you know, the trial is upon us. It will be happening. When is it set? This year, surely.
There's no way the human body will overcome that in a big situation. You didn't take enough medication to numb you of the reality of what was occurring.
I mean,
there's no way. Unless you were fully incapacitated, there's no way you were so numb that everything he described to you, everything I described to you was not in the forefront of your mind. You weren't numb. Just like these robbery kids weren't blacked out. They weren't high enough to not remember the robbery. They just don't want to talk about it.
no, it wasn't clicking. It didn't click to me. Like, you guys telling me, like, wasn't as obvious, like this and that. I still believed the story he had told me, that when you're sitting in the car.
No, it didn't click. You said your daughter was raped and murdered and abused for 6 years or whatever it is, and it didn't click. It didn't register. I was high. I was medicated. Didn't click.
I still fully believed everything he had told me. I didn't doubt him. I really thought you guys were going after the wrong guy. I'm like, they're wasting time. The real suspect is out there. She's being sex trafficked. That was my biggest fear, is that she was being sex trafficked. I didn't think that she would actually.
Yeah, she was being sex trafficked. The only difference is that the traffic was bumper to bumper in your house.
Be dead.
But she thought enough to get him a lawyer.
I really thought you guys were going after the wrong guy.
Yeah, it didn't click, and then I clicked on lawyer.
At that point, from the jump, we've been trying to find her. That has been and will be our biggest priority.
Him getting a
Beth asks, what's wrong with this woman? We don't know, Beth. We don't know. We're going to have a trial on that question alone. What the fuck is wrong with this woman?
arrested for victimizing her was an accident. We only discovered that she was a victim because we took his phone.
And I'm like so happy that happened, because if not, this would have continued to keep happening.
Well, it wouldn't have, because he killed her on Monday.
Talking about if she had been found alive. There's no, I've asked this before, but there's no like map you guys can show me of like with a highlighted route of where he could have taken to see if I could recognize anything or suspect anything.
I can pull up a map on my phone of the areas you described and we can go through it.
Sure.
You said House of Cards?
No. House game rules.
House game rules. On Vine Street in Kissimmee.
By Oak Street.
That house game rules. Feel free to drag the map around as you please.
That's all of it. Oh my god.
And realistically, Florida has a lot of wetlands, so anything you see that's green may not necessarily be wooded. This may be a rule, but We're looking more for where you think based off of his route, not necessarily just like the green parts in the map.
Yeah. In the back of House Game Rules, I have access to the lake. That is the one shop I can remember him specifically naming that he was going to that Monday. He said House Game Rules. Did he make it there? I don't know. See, if we ever went down 192 together, it would typically be in this direction towards 535, towards Disney. That's why I find it really strange that you guys say St. Cloud, because I've never gone into St. Cloud with him before.
So you told
I got a real good case coming out soon as well. What the hell is his name? God, what is his name? Shit, I just can't remember. One of the victims was Sade Dixon. And after he killed her, who was his pregnant girlfriend, beautiful young woman, beautiful young black woman, also around Orlando, I believe. And then he was on the run. He shot her brother as well, just shot up the whole house. And then he was on the run for several weeks, a full month. I think he was just ducking and diving. And he was in Walmart real early in the morning, like 7 a.m. in the morning, early in Walmart, and someone recognized him as that wanted man and informed a cop who was on duty. And then he shot and killed the cop. And then was apprehended. What the hell was his name? I forget his name, but that is a very interesting case. But again, like the Michael Dunn case, I really want to give that case some, quality production value, because it's just such a huge thing, They all are. All these cases we cover are huge things, but certain ones, they just seem like I want to give it a bit extra. But then it sits on the shelf for fucking 6 months and I never get it done. So we're going to start getting it done soon. We got Michael Dunn coming out for show. We got this one coming out, what I just mentioned, for show. And others. How's our vote doing? Everyone vote in the poll?
told me you have a friend in St. Cloud.
I do.
I don't know if he knows, but explain to him where she lives, who she is. Explain that relationship to him, because I don't think he's aware of it.
No.
Oh, okay. So one of my really good friends lives off of Old.
Good night, Michelle. See you later. Come back for more, and thank you so much for your contributions today. Helpful to me and to everyone else, I'm sure.
Canoe Creek Road.
Yes, Markeith, that's it. Markeith Lloyd, is it? Markeith Lloyd, I think.
Off Nolte.
Okay.
I don't know what neighborhood though. She's one of my really good friends. She's somebody I know that lives in St. Cloud. She's one of like 2 people I know that live in St. Cloud. She's hung out with us, as in me and Stephan before. She's come over to hang out with me, and Stephan would be hanging out there too, so we would all kind of hang out together. But yeah, she's just a friend.
And you're 100% sure he's never been to her house?
Yes.
Do they have their own friendship? Or is it just that's your friend and the only time he ever talks to her or hangs out with her is with you?
Exactly. Just my friend, and he would talk when she was around.
And you just told me about...
Yes, Markeith Lloyd, Acapella gets the prize. Thank you, Acapella. And yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to covering that one with you guys. It's an incredible, unusual interrogation. If you haven't seen it yet, don't bother, because we're going to be covering it on True Crime Metrix. We want to watch along all with you. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel, like, share, leave a comment. Fantastic case to cover. Very good interrogation. Very good backstory. There's also some Facebook videos pre-murder that are illuminating to the situation, the situation, and then the trial. Massive trial, huge trial, death penalty case. So you've got the initial trial, and then you've got a sort of second trial for, are we doing the death penalty? And I think he was sentenced to death, as far as I remember. So yeah, huge for the channel, huge for Metrix. And yeah, we're going to be covering that soon. When I'm in Florida, I am going to have a flag made of the True Crime Metrix logo and plant it somewhere in Florida, because it's like our home state, right? You know, it's like so much of 90% of the cases we cover are Florida cases. Also, another one coming out soon, Trevor Summers, way over in Hillsborough County, which is close to Tampa. Trevor Summers, another good case to cover, also in Florida.
The second person in St. Cloud, who is that?
Honestly, between Florida and Wisconsin, we're set for life. We don't need the rest of your 48 states. It's just Florida, Wisconsin. We're good.
Somebody I haven't seen in a long time. Her name is Courtney Brackman. She lives... Can you pull up the map?
Mm-hmm.
But he's never been over to her house either.
Search.
Just got 20 minutes left, guys. Then I'm going to have me some eggs. Some Metrix eggs. If y'all didn't see how to make perfect poached eggs in the Northern Hemisphere, at least, check out Victoria Girl's recipe on our Discord. Fantastic recipe for Northern Hemisphere poached eggs. I think I'm going to go for scrambled this morning, though. What time is it? 7:31 a.m. That is scrambled egg time. Mm-mm.
Somewhere in this area over here. Around here. Lake Lizzie to me is familiar. I would go hiking there often.
There's a preserve there.
Yeah, a few years ago. We would go hiking all the time with my friend Courtney, the one who lives right by there.
With Stephan?
No, Stephan would never come.
Now, would you tell him you're going to Lake Lizzie Preserve?
I've mentioned it before, yeah, when we phoned.
when we talked about St. Cloud and, you know, he had asked for your top 5 places, why did this ever cross your mind?
Lake Lizzie?
Any of these places in St. Cloud that you're familiar with?
I mentioned them the first time St. Cloud was brought up. I mentioned my 2 friends that live there. And then, I don't know if I ever mentioned Lake Lizzie. Not sure.
Do you know if Lake Lizzie was special?
She did enjoy going out there.
Was she verbal about that? Like, did she make that known to you guys?
She always told me that if we were to go hiking out there, to let her know, because I've gone hiking without her. I want to go. But it's been a really long time since I've done a hike down Lake Lizzie with her.
Okay.
It's been at least 2 years. Places in St. Cloud that I would know, that I could think of, that he might be aware of, but...
Just make sure your gut tells us no.
Lake Lizzie, probably not. Like, does he even remember what the name of Lake Lizzie is? Probably not. Is it okay if I look up past card rules again?
Yes.
Or house rules too.
Was he in the video games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
World of Warcraft, into tabletop games like Dungeons and Dragons and Warhammer 40k, card games like Lorcana, which is a Disney card game.
Yeah,
That's what
Christina.
he told me he was going to go do
She does seem to have
Monday.
put her grief behind her, right? She's just like, yeah, and then he said he was going to go to Ventana, and
He was going to go look for Lorcana cards, and that's why he was going to go to House Rules Gaming. He was just going to make a few stops, and I said, why are you doing that? Why are you wasting time when we don't have money? Like, you don't have money to spend. He's like, oh, I'm just browsing. I just want to look. I want to see what they have available. That's all he said. Every time I did question him, he always had an answer.
I don't know what they're redacting, Carrie. It seems too random to have meaning, you know? It seems like it's by error rather than intention. I don't know. I don't even know what's going on now. I mean, we got 12, 14 minutes left.
Do you guys know, like,
I guess
up
we
until
finish.
when on 182 you guys found him? See him? Like, how far down?
We just know it's St. Cloud.
So I keep thinking, like, house game rules on 182. Okay, it's got some secluded
My God, Carrie, don't you have work tomorrow? You're such a trooper.
stuff in the background, or in the back of it. But it's still 182. It's still really busy.
There's got to be one more bit of pressure coming here. The door opens. Oh, note taker goes out. Get on with it, guys. Come on. But you see, that clock still hasn't moved. We have identified... I believe that I am the first person on the internet to notice that the clock in the interrogation room of Jennifer Soto doesn't fucking work. It's not tick-tocking. It's not doing nothing.
And it's all really busy till you pass me, Cloud.
Oh, I need some eggs. Soap, how do you want your eggs? Scrambled with salt, pepper, and dill. Like, what's her name? You know, that actress. What's her goddamn name? What the hell? Who's Pretty Woman? The really tall Erin Brockovich, Runaway Bride. The fuck is her name? I can't even remember her name. That's how tired I am, guys. It is Jean? No. What the hell is her name? How can you not remember the most famous Julia Roberts? Thank you, Carrie. Yeah, you remember Runaway Bride, when all of Julia Roberts' husbands liked their eggs different ways, and that's how she, you know, swayed them to marriage. She was like, oh, I like my eggs like that. That's how you have your eggs? That's how I have my eggs. Such a classic tactic. A name here says that dill is the best on eggs. Yeah, well, sometimes. Not every time. You know, it's like a special occasion thing, right? But I can say that I have challenged 18 individual people to a scrambled egg off, right? And every time these would-be go-getters, they come to me like they know what to do, and every time I embarrass them. Blind tasting. You know, there's a way to do scrambled eggs, and I've got it down. 18 gold medals, undefeated. That's Metrix. Victoria Girl, you want to go at the title? With your fancy kitchen gadgets? One day I'd love to. That would be a crowning achievement, honor of my life, to challenge you to scrambled egg off, Victoria Girl.
So right now, I'm pretty sure they're still doing your film. I think. How'd you get here? You're driven here?
I was driven here, but my dad followed behind. I think you guys said my car might be ready.
We'll verify that in a minute. The investigation is still going.
Yeah.
Right, Stephan also is not in charge of murder. Right, just the sexual battery.
He is?
He has not been.
Oh, okay.
He's just been charged with sexual battery.
Oh,
I have a couple questions for you that are going to be on record, that are going to be official. I need you to answer truthfully, because if they determine that you did answer not truthfully, you can be held accountable for it. Make sense?
Yeah.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear that everything we talked about today in this interview is true and correct?
That's the most active movement we've seen from her in 3 hours, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your right hand. Pop! It's like a jack-in-the-box.
I have a couple questions for you that are going to be on record, that are going to be official, that I need you to answer truthfully. Because if they determine that you did answer not truthfully, you can be held accountable for it. Make sense?
Yeah.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear that everything we talked about today in this interview is true and correct?
Yes.
Did you lie to me or the detective at any time?
No.
Okay. Do you currently know, or have you ever been aware of where the body has been since Monday?
No.
Did you have any?
No.
Were you aware at any time, whether it be the most recent instance or the first instance, victimization sexually by Stephan? Okay. At this time, you do not know where Stephan went on 192?
I don't.
I would comment on that, but I'm just not willing to do that publicly.
Do not know where he went in Northport?
I do not.
And you have at no time this week had any conversations with Stephan where he disclosed what he did?
No.
Okay. The story that we talked about of what at one point we discussed that she could potentially have been in a trunk on the way to Northport.
Yeah.
Is that information you know to be true or an assumption?
An assumption.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us before we go check on the phone in the car? We may not be able to answer everything, but if you have questions, we can see if we can answer those questions. It's not your only opportunity. Your only opportunity phase was you saying you swear.
Yeah.
Good. Lastly, the only opportunity, you obviously have numerous detectives' phone numbers. You have.
Well, he's a young one, isn't he? That's the first time we've seen the side of his head. Detective Kevin's dry-aged over there. You know, he's been hung for 23 days. But this cheeky chappie in the corner, I didn't realize that we're dealing with a fucking 22-year-old here. Look at his face.
It's not your only opportunity. Your only opportunity phase was.
And he's still wagging his foot around.
Saying you swear.
Yeah.
Good. Lastly, the only opportunity, you obviously have numerous.
He's a young boy, that one, eh? Look at him. I mean, what is he in here for? Training? That doesn't cut it to me at all.
Detectives' phone numbers, you have numerous agencies' phone numbers, things like that. So realistically, there will be other options for you to ask questions.
I don't think I have questions right now.
Okay. I don't want you to think I was purposely an asshole to you.
No, I know.
All
You're
right?
doing your job.
Like I told you, like the sheriffs have probably reached out. You've been in communication with numerous people here. Those are my opinions and my opinions only. They don't reflect Sheriff Mina, the chief of PD, Kyle, any other detectives who talked to you. All right. I personally don't know. All right. We will be here all weekend. We will be here all night. My only hope is that you truthfully did not lie to us. You truthfully don't know where she was, and that you truthfully did not know what was happening to her.
Yeah, I wonder how he likes his ex. Cop shop. Like it. You see, that's something only people from Australia and the UK understand. Cop shop. Even a lot of people in the UK don't get that. You know, they said to me, what do you mean, cop shop? The cop shop. The police station. Look, she's gone to sleep. She's medicated, folks. You put this woman on a sofa for 10 seconds and she's out. Oh, they say it in the States too. Hey, veggie girl, how you doing? Good to see you. How's the falafels? Good? Crispy? Nice. I think we should add falafels to the True Crime Metric cookbook in honor of our good friend, Veggie Girl over here. Yeah, you know, who doesn't love a good falafel? Okay, so apparently I was wrong, and cop shop is a global term that everyone knows and is aware about. I swear people have looked at me like I'm crazy when there's a cop shop. You don't buy a policeman. You know, it's like, I don't know. People have had. I swear people have had problems with that when I've said that in the past. I say it a lot, but it's common where I'm from. But apparently, it is all over the world. I thought she was going to actually lie down full horizontal. Get your meds. I think we're done here, guys. Oh, they do come back in. Let's skip to that.
So here's where we're at right now. Your car is obviously able to be released to you, the Nissan. Okay. It requires us to do some paperwork because we did log it into our system. So now that it's in our system, we got to release it properly to you, which is no big deal. It'll take a couple minutes. Because of the high profile. All right, I know you said we can download your phone, and I do appreciate your cooperation with that. But because the same way we did with Stephan and every other phone and digital device we've seized, they're making us write a search warrant on it, which really doesn't affect you too much. The search warrant is a legal thing. It's not a you thing. It's not a trust thing. But with that, it takes a little bit longer. Yeah. All right, so I can release your car to you right now. We can go facilitate that downstairs. I cannot make you a promise that that phone will be downloaded by the time your car's ready. What I can promise you is at the moment it is downloaded, if you have left from here, I will bring it to you. You're staying with your sister still? Does anybody have your sister's phone number that we can make sure we can communicate with you on?
Yeah. My dad is downstairs, I think, waiting for me, so I can give you my dad's number since he'll be
whatever
with me.
phone numbers we can have, just to make sure that if we are unable to give you the phone back today, I'll tell my shit out there. That way, if we are unable to give you the phone back, we at least are able to contact you.
See,
we want to make
this is where I have to depart from Detective Kevin. Detective Kevin, what are you doing? I want to hear the sound of handcuffs being removed from your belt. I want to hear the phrase, turn around and face the wall. That's what I want to hear. Okay? Why am I listening to you saying the Nissan will be returned to you and we're going to have to do a bit of paperwork to get your phone back to you today? Why am I listening to that? I want to hear handcuffs. I want to hear turn around and face the wall. I want to see anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. I want to hear her complain about her medication and then for you to tell her that there is a pharmacy at the jail. Okay? That's what I want to hear, Detective Kevin. Why am I not hearing that, Detective Kevin? And thank you so much for your sweet, tasty, moist eggs, Victoria Girl.
Make sure you have a phone to contact us if something arises, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure.
What's Dad's number? What's his name?
My dad's name was...
How do we do on our
And if you
poll?
can't get a hold of him, you can get his sister's
What is
number.
up with my voice? It's up, it's down. Got rid of the True Crime Metrix trademark, echoing cough. But we're still not 100%. Anyway, are we done here?
Are you going to be going back to your condo? Or are you going to go to...
I don't think I'm returning to my townhouse ever again. I want to. I want to be staying with my sister.
So what we'll do is we will walk you out this back parking lot. If the car is in the back corner, so I'll walk with you. We'll go through the back so we don't go through the front lobby. There was a press conference today. Obviously, none of us got to see what was said. I assume it's just an update. But we will go through the back to go get the car, and that way we are not walking through the front lobby making you wait out there. I don't know if there's still media present. I assume you're not in the state or mood to go walk past 32 news cameras. So we will go out the back and get the car, and I'll show you how you can leave here, and we can call your dad from the back so he can...
Make her walk out in front of the news cameras. Get this shit on film. You know? Gutless mother reacts to nothing. Medicated, gutless mother.
Where to go or where to meet you.
Yeah.
You just tell them, hey, she's gonna be in the back parking lot. You can drive around. You guys can follow each other out or whatever you choose to do that way. All right.
Well, that's the end of that show, folks. I think we'll polish off the evening with a picture of Madeline, shall we? The young girl, forever lost, after several long years of SA trauma and horrific things happening. Very sad story. I assume it's Soto. Well, how heartbreaking. How do we do this? We copy the link. Yeah. And we put it here. So there you go. Good night, Madeline. And rest in peace. So I suppose there'll be a trial coming up soon. Maybe an arrest of the mother, hopefully. Yeah, thank you to everybody in the chat. For all you members, all you moderators, you fantastic moderators, you are the best. I've got the best moderation team on the internet. Just a few, but I like to keep it small. We're a small channel. We don't need that many. Yeah, British Columbia. That's clues in the name. Clues in the name. Oddly dispassionate potato. Yeah, yeah. Arrest that potato. Oh, close the poll. Yes. Carrie, you see, you are my brain. Thank you so much, Carrie. Well, it's a resounding win for... Where is it? Where's the poll? Where's the goddamn poll? End poll. Yes. Where are the results? Okay, there. So definitely Sabrina Limon. We are doing Sabrina Limon next week on True Crime Metrix. We're going to do Depp Heard this weekend, folks. Hopefully we can manage Saturday, Sunday. It's a little bit tricky at the moment with our internet. But, you know, it's just so nice to be here. Even if it is 7:58 in the fucking morning. Maybe I should move to Eastern Standard Time. You know, I could move to Brazil. That'd be Eastern Standard, right? And then at least I could be on the same hour as most of you guys. You know, I don't want to live in the States. That sounds like a fucking nightmare. I could live in London, Ontario. No offense, Americans, but it's I just don't know if it's for me. Yeah. No, we should definitely move to Eastern Standard Time. Where else could we be? Brazil. The Dominican Republic. Where's Amy tonight? She can set us up in the Dominican Republic. I'd say Toronto, but it seems a little too on the nose. Plus, they got those fucking Blue Jays. So, Depp Heard weekend, and next week, Sabrina Limon. It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a riot. I think we're gonna do the whole. I believe there's a shitload of content available. There's the trial. There's other stuff to cover. So we should be able to do a good old fashioned True Crime Metrix deep dive into Sabrina Limon next week. And yeah, we're gonna have some eggs right now. We're gonna do you proud. Not poached, scrambled. We don't have any dill, but we do have a touch of cayenne pepper. I like it spicy. You are a rock star, Frank. And then a little flame icon. You see? See how popular we are up in Bear Town, Bear Country. Yeah. No, it's going to be great to visit, Carrie. It's going to be great to visit. You know, I'm even thinking if I'm going to come all the way to Florida to cover Donna Adelson's trial in person, which is going to be fucking awesome. You know, obviously, I want to check out some of the relevant places in Miami. I want to check out some of the relevant places in Tallahassee. But why stop there? I could drive up to fucking Wisconsin. How cool would that be? Check out Chandler Halderson's house, you know, in the flesh. That'll be a riot. Go to Manitowoc. Maybe. Depends how long I'm going for. I guess the trial's going to be a couple of weeks, right? So, who else is coming? We need to set up a new room in the Discord for travel plans. take a picture of your eggs. Oh, I don't know if now's the time, Victoria girl. Like, I can really do a good job. And to take a picture, I want to really do a good job. But I'm not in a good job frame of mind, really. Just throw them in the pan. Fucking... You know. Next time. But I am cooking dinner for 12 on Sunday. So... that'll have a sense of occasion. Yeah, maybe I'll get some pictures of that. And then you can see how talented I am. Not that you don't know that already. I'm just kidding. I really am quite shy and quiet, but that's okay. A Metrix US tour. Yeah. New Orleans. Well, you have to say it. New Orleans. Anne Roos. You would be cooler. Anne Roos. I don't know what that means. Touch of paprika with the cayenne. Yeah, maybe. I got that too. Actually, I don't. Anyway, I bid you all fantastic, wonderful, good, whatever time of day it is for you. I mean, even in British Columbia, it's pretty fucking late. What is it, 1 in the morning, Victoria? Yeah, well, good night, everybody, and good morning, and catch you later. I guess we'll be back tomorrow, God willing. Thanks so much for the support, guys, and see you all later. Love you all, and I'm going to put hearts just to show you how much I care. Mwah. Adios.